Crews are in a fourth night of fighting several large wildfires that have charred thousands of acres. KCBS's Matt Bigler says residents in the Pacific Palisades are facing an agonizing wait to see if their homes are still standing.
The burn damage is devastating here along Sunset Boulevard. Hundreds of multi-million-dollar homes reduced to ash and rubble. At the edge of the evacuation zone, residents have been begging officers for access to their properties.
My friend needs her medication. She doesn't know whether her home is standing or burned to the ground.
Cynthia Good says some residents risked arrest running past police checkpoints.
When the police turned the other way, he ran. They ran after him, but they couldn't find him.
An overnight curfew is now in place to prevent looting. Matt Bigler for CBS News, Pacific Palisades, California.
The NBA has postponed the Lakers, Spurs, and Clippers Hornets games on Saturday because of the wildfires. President-elect Donald Trump is officially a convicted felon, CBS's Bradley Blackburn reports.
In a historic courtroom moment, President-elect Donald Trump appeared virtually before a New York judge to be sentenced as a convicted felon. Prosecutors said he had attempted to cover up a $130,000 hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. Before the judge announced his decision, Trump spoke to the court.
I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong.
Trump had faced up to 4 years in prison for the conviction, but prosecutors agreed to the unconditional discharge after Trump's presidential win. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
Robust arguments at the U.S. Supreme Court over whether to overturn or delay a law that could lead to a ban on TikTok in the U.S. CBS's Allison Keyes with more.
Congress and the federal government say TikTok poses a huge threat to national security, and Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh says.
Just on the data collection, that seems like a huge concern for the future of the country.
But lawyer Jeffrey Fisher, representing TikTok users and content creators, says
even if all this act goes into effect and the law goes through, TikTok gets to keep all the data.
Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
A winter storm has dumped snow and ice as far south as Texas, over to Georgia, Tennessee, and for some, CBS's Maurice Dubois.
At Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, a Delta flight aborted takeoff, forcing more than 200 passengers to evacuate onto a snowy tarmac. 4 people were injured. The pilot reported an engine issue. Atlanta saw 3.5 inches of snow, the most there in 7 years.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is sworn in for a third term after a re-election widely viewed as illegitimate. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First and Main, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations, too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Walgreens tops Wall Street's expectations as the suburban Chicago-based drugstore chain continues a turnaround plan. Company shares soared today after leaders told analysts that they have made progress improving one of the biggest concerns facing the industry, shrinking prescription reimbursement. The U.S. has unveiled new sanctions targeting Russia's energy sector. We'll get more on that. We check in now with Linda Kenyon. And Linda will have more in just a bit. We'll check in with Deborah Rodriguez on the story.
New numbers from Zillow show high demand and limited supply have sent prices soaring in Buffalo. With 2 new jobs created for every home built, the economy in New York's second largest city is booming, drawing young families and professionals. But Zillow's report points out the construction industry is struggling to keep up. That's expected to boost home values 3% this year after a 6% jump in 2024.
For Kuiper, CBS News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
The best is yet to come. Happy New Year from Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 2:06 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Hey, what's going on, Guam? Dicey Dice here, and I'm inviting you to join me on Power 98 Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. all the way to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are covering anything and everything from entertainment, headlines. We are doing sports, giveaways, and more. And don't forget, the show is all being brought to you by Rigoroa Laguna Guam Resort, McDonald's. I'm loving it. Shouts out going out to Vitali's Italian Restaurant, Wise Owl Animal Hospital, Lotte Hotel, and Golf Espresso. Rolling with Dice in the middays, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock on Power 98 FM.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105 Guam. If you want to reach us on the line, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 1052. You can also text us at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Sherwin-Williams is hiring inside and outside sales. Apply in person Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 671-646-8050 or email your resume to sw@pri-guam.com. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 4 Marito in between the Pier Park and the Bell Tower. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you are passing the Our Lady of Peace Church heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10, or if you're trying to make your way to Sotia. Slow traffic on Route 15 Pagat Route in Manilao at the intersection near the Santa Teresita Church. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo northbound if you are heading to the intersection that leads to Route 27A. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Hagåtña at the intersection near the Agana Library. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning southbound if you are heading to the intersection that leads to Route 14 or near the ITC building. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From today, Monday, January 13th to Friday, January 17th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Muning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say, Hafa Adai, como por favor. And I'd say, sad dispenser to gaigi color. She'd paint colors round the galaxies and more. I ran into this girl the night before.
Welcome to it, another Brightside right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Here's our number, 671-922-1051. We're online, the wave105.com, also on our YouTube channel. There we are. So our YouTube channel is Wave 105.1 FM Guam. We got a pretty stacked show on a Monday. So in just a bit, we're going to be getting Mr. Kevin Hines in. He's been here before, and I wanted to talk to him about his previous trip to Guam. The Total Guam Foundation is bringing Mr. Kevin Hines in, and if you just Google Kevin Hines, you will see he's been interviewed. He's been in a number of documentaries around the world. He is a very inspirational individual, and I cannot wait to speak to him. And so he's here to talk to us, talk to everybody here in Guam too. I think most especially the youth on suicide prevention and bringing awareness to it. So Mr. Kevin Hines, back in, I think, 2000, if I can't, I have a release here, but I was doing a little bit of research myself. So Kevin Hines, he jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. He wanted to end his life when he did it. He suffers from bipolar disease, right? Disorder. There you go. See, you know this. So he suffers from bipolar disorder, and he's got such an inspirational story. And so he's going to be in along with the Total Guam Foundation in just a bit. Later on, we are going to be speaking with the Attorney General, Doug Moylan. He's coming in at 4 p.m., and there's a number of topics we're going to talk to him about, right? There's so many things happening, that so many issues that we're facing that the Attorney General is a part of it, right? Making headlines on a number of issues, right? And so I reached out to the Attorney General and I said, you know what, it's been a while since he and I have spoken on the record. And I wanted to see if if he would be available this week. And so he and his paralegal, Austin Fortuno, is going to be coming in to the studio, and we're going to talk about a number of his initiatives, right? So one of them is putting together like a tent city at Tidzin. That is his initiative or his solution to our homeless population. And so I definitely want to talk to him more about how that could be stood up and what does that mean. And I think it is associated with the Dignity Project. For me, when I heard Dignity Project and when I saw the first release, right, of it it was stating that it would, in my mind, I imagine it to be like at a motel, where you get a good night's sleep in a hotel or a motel. Then you come down and you have some breakfast, right, in like the motel lounge area. And then there's tables set up from like different agencies that can help them find jobs, help them receive some benefits, get the assistance that they need from Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, from public health, from even companies that are looking for employees. So that's how I imagine it to be. And when I think of what motel could that be, the one on Route 8 in Mighty, like if you're coming from Hagana and you pass Cars Plus, you pass McDonald's, you pass
I think the
KFC.
The last, that would be the last.
Then that motel right there is, I imagine it to be that. So it sounds more like in how the AG would like to move forward is to create like a tent city over in Tidzin, like the open fields in Tidzin. So I definitely want to talk to him more about that. I think he's answered a lot of the concerns in the media about hiring his fiance, but if it gets brought up, it gets brought up. He's been on the record with the media over the weekend as to how that all went about, and then also hiring his brother, right? And basically, he's saying their positions are unclassified. These are political hires, and government is not. This is not new in government. I think he mentions in the media. The media has published that John F. Kennedy hired his brother to be the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney General, right? And we brought that up before too. When it gets brought up, I think the community has seen it before within other administrations where they're hiring relatives, even senators. So again, if that gets brought up, it gets brought up. But really, the focus I want to focus more so on some of the solutions that he's put out there. Some of the details on how his office would like to move forward, how he would like to move forward with the governor's office too. Because he said we've worked together before back in 2023 in addressing some of these homeless encampments. And so we know of the encampment now, even more so. I think more people now are very aware of the encampment over by Harmon Loop, kind of adjacent to McDonald's in Harmon, right? So that's definitely something that I would like to have a conversation with the Attorney General on. And the hospital, right? Where are we with that? With the suit that he had filed with the District Court of Guam. Is it moot now that we're now in 2025? We've passed December 31 deadline. Where are we with that? Because there was the argument of we stand to lose $100 million, right? And then also the governor's response was, well, no, you're gambling with the $100 million. We could lose the $100 million. So I definitely want to have a conversation. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to be also in the studio. All of these individuals are coming into the studio today. I know, right? Busy Monday. Farron Tyron, also known as the Guam Guy, is going to be coming in. There's an initiative that he has coined, him and his friends have coined Biba, but it's BY, BA. And that means bring your buddy alive. Bring your buddy alive, or bring back your buddy alive, I think. Somehow you still pronounce it as Biba, though. It's just not spelled B-I-B-A. It's an acronym. He's going to share some of those details as well, and he'll be in the 5 o'clock hour. But until then, let's see here. Sorry, they're trying. I believe there's some. Yes, it is. Sorry, they're trying to find our building. The Total Guam Foundation is. Okay, so in the meantime, I saw it wasn't up yet, but the Guam Legislature.gov. Let me just refresh. Some bills have been introduced, and attached to the bills introduced are bill numbers, but it's not yet on the website. When I click on resolutions, there are 3 resolutions. Resolution number 1, relative to designating and authorizing signatories for checks, withdrawals, and fund transfers for all the bank accounts of the 38th Guam Legislature. Resolution number 2, relative to adopting the budgetary allocations of the legislature for fiscal year 2025. And then resolution number 3, which is to formalize and establish the guidelines that serve as a supplement to all of the requirements of the 38th Guam Legislature pursuant to the rules, processing of resolutions, and processing of certificates, right? But then when you go to the bills, we're not quite there yet as far as publishing them on the website. But there are at least three right now that I would say are, they've got some numbers here. I know we spoke to Senator Joe San Augustine. But I don't see a bill attached to what Senator Joe San Augustine has introduced. Neither have I seen anything attached to Senator Sabina Perez, right? So we'll wait on that. What I do see official are 3 bills. We'll start with Senator Will Parkinson, right? So Will Parkinson has introduced bill number 38-9. And so this bill proposes to extend the Guam Power Authority customers to providing their energy bill credit. So here we go again. Some more of the Adzuda Pada y Tautauta energy credit program, right? The Programin Adzuda Pada y Tautauta energy credit program. And so this would now allocate $15.8 million to fiscal year 2025 that would go all the way to May of 2025. So 3 months, March, April, and May of 2025. Each customer will receive, again, the $300 energy credit divided into 3 monthly installments. That's $100 each. And so this is Senator Will Parkinson. The bill aims to provide immediate relief to residents and businesses struggling with high electricity costs, use excess government revenues to directly support the community, and then ensure that even complex billing structures such as master metered accounts are accounted for and included fairly in the program. So if you just look, though, and so I'm pretty happy that we would, if this bill passes, right, that we would get another $100 a month for the energy credit. But I just can't help but keep thinking, every time we extend the energy credit program, and we're getting ourselves $100 for how long? How long was this? This went back as far as like Public Law 36, right? -106. And so that was the 36th Guam legislature that was appropriating these monies. This was when we were like fighting over ARPA money. So the first set that the legislature paid for, right, from the general fund was about $26 million. To the point when we continue to extend these for like another 3 months or another 5 months, another 6 months, we've now spent $141.6 million on the energy credit program, right? And we've all divided it up per resident, right? With a power bill. Not every resident got, but if you had a power bill, whether you're in a business or a home, that's where the money went. So $141.6 million, right? Not including the next set that we would get, $15.8 million. And so I just can't help but think about like $100 million set aside for the hospital. We could have had 141 to add to that for the hospital. Or go to DOC. Or go to Simon Sanchez. So, just putting it out there. I think if I, find out that I get $100 off my GPA power bill, for another 3 months, I'll take it. But again, I just can't help but think about all of that money that has went towards that program, and yet we have other priorities. Let's see here, because our friends from the Total Guam Foundation are already here, but just trying to get us to the break here. The other bills that I saw were from Senator Sean Gumatauta, right? So he's looking at lowering the BPT, the business privilege tax. And so he wants to lower it to 4%. So from 5 to 4. The BPT was raised from 4% to 5% in 2018 to offset revenue losses caused by the 2017 U.S. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The increase was meant to be temporary, but has remained in place. Why is the bill being proposed again? Well, so Senator Sean Gumatauta says we've got a high cost of living. So Guam residents face steep increases in the cost of groceries, gas, electricity, and other necessities. Inflation has reached record highs with annual rates of 8.7 in 2023. Also, tourism is a major driver of Guam's economy, and we are still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. These are all things that are basically issues that we're facing with that have been added to the bill. Arrivals remain far below pre-pandemic levels, impacting local businesses and employment. An economic strain on families and businesses with the current 5% tax adds to the financial burden on both residents and businesses who are already struggling with high inflation. And so the bill aims to reduce the BPT from 5 to 4% across various sectors that include retail sales, contractors, banks, insurers, tourism-related activities, tour agencies, transient accommodations, other businesses not specifically listed elsewhere. And then the change would be effective in the next fiscal year 2026, October 1st, 2025, which will allow time for the government to adjust its budget and prepare for potential revenue impacts. And so lowering the BPT, according to the bill that was introduced by Sean Gumatauta, Senator Sean Gumatautau could lead to reduced prices on goods and services, easing the financial burden on families. Businesses would see reduced tax obligations, which could encourage growth, hiring, or investments. And the government will collect less revenue from the BPT, meaning policymakers will need to find ways to offset the loss. This could include cost-cutting measures or reorganization plans. So, again, the legislature acknowledges that families and businesses are struggling with Guam's high cost of living. By restoring the BPT rate to 4%, the bill seeks to make everyday essentials more affordable, support businesses in recovering from the economic downturn, and ensure that any revenue loss from the lower tax rate is addressed through thoughtful fiscal planning. The other bill that he's introduced is Bill 38-10. And it is to enhance life insurance benefits provided to public safety and law enforcement officers employed by the government of Guam who are killed in the line of duty. And so the government of Guam, the current law provides life insurance coverage to employees capped at a face amount of $10,000. Premiums for this coverage are paid by the government, and employees do not contribute. And so the bill aims to increase the coverage for officers killed in the line of duty. Public safety and law enforcement officers would be eligible for up to $100,000 in life insurance benefits if killed in the line of duty. This is a significant increase from $10,000. And so who's eligible? New employees become eligible for life insurance after completing 6 consecutive months of service. Retirees of survivors and survivors of retirees will remain eligible upon retirement. And so the bill basically acknowledges the risks and physical demands faced by public safety and law enforcement officers. It will take effect immediately if the bill passes. So those are the bills that we saw get introduced this morning, or at least they've got numbers attached to their bill. 2 from Sean Gumatautau, 1 from Will Parkinson, and just continuing to pay attention to what's in that on the Guam legislature's website, and so once they get added, then we'll share what that bill aims to do for you. So on the other side of the break, our friends from Total Guam Foundation are coming in, and Mr. Kevin Hines, who is very inspiring. Just do a quick Google search on Kevin Hines and you'll see what he's all about. And so it's going to be an honor and a privilege to be able to get him in here and talk to him for a few minutes. Wave 105.
There's a new assessment of the biggest global risks in 2025.
There's the war in Ukraine, Gaza, possible U.S. tariffs on China and other countries. But the biggest risk the globe faces this year is a G0 world, a lack of leadership.
A G0 world is very aligned with also an America First world.
Ian Bremmer is founder of the Eurasia Group.
I mean, the United States is very powerful. You look at its allies right now, and so many of those governments are in disarray. Mm-hmm. South Korea, Germany, France, they're all playing defense. The Americans are not saying we want to be the global leader. They're saying we want to set rules that benefit us.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Actor James Woods says his house at Pacific Palisades has survived the L.A. wildfires that had devastated much of his neighborhood. Earlier this week, Woods was among hundreds of thousands around Los Angeles who were forced to evacuate as the fires spread and intensified. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Young surprise! I'm back on Wave 105. It's your girl Nene every Saturday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Catch your island music tidal wave with Nene. Brought to you by San Lorenzo Laundromat.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Eduquentas is now every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tune in at 105.1 Wave FM to listen to Eduquentas. Eduquentas is a special initiative by Guam Department of Education dedicated to shining the light on the incredible achievements of our students, teachers, and staff. Once again, join us on Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1, the sound of Guam.
You work all day. Nights are for relaxing. Tune in Monday through Thursday for Light Nights here on Wave 105 FM. Designed to help you chill and forget about the stresses of your day. The wave doesn't stop, but it sure can slow down. It's Light Nights, Monday through Thursday nights till midnight only here on the Sound of Guam. Wave 105 FM.
I noticed you've been flipping the channels looking for a place to land on. Well, I'm here at 105.1 The Wave. I'll make you laugh, maybe cry, but you're going to hear everything to get you through your morning. Mornings with Patty. You don't have to listen to me, but I think you're going to want to.
Mornings with Patty on the Wave 105 is brought to you by GTA, Chili's Bar and Grill, Bank Pacific, Subway, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Take Care Insurance, and Pat's Tinting and Detailing.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Looks like traffic is not too bad at this hour, so I'm just going to read your traffic advisory for the week from today, Monday, January 13th to Friday, January 17th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challen San Antonio into Munning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. And with us now Mr. Kevin Hines is out here in Guam with his lovely wife, Margaret. Thanks so much for being here in Guam.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
And
glad to be here.
Our really good friend, Ashley Calvo Rodriguez of Total Guam Foundation. Thanks for setting this whole thing up.
Of course. Thank you for having all of us here.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Hines, you've been to Guam before.
I have.
Yeah? When? What year was this?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, we were in Guam.
Okay.
Doing some similar work.
Okay.
And then maybe a couple years before that, I was there for the first time at the naval base.
At the naval base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar, you're talking about suicide prevention awareness with the naval base?
Yes.
Yeah, around that time?
Yeah, around that time.
And so, again, when Ashley mentioned that you would like to bring, or that they've partnered with you and you're doing a number of things on the island, I reached out and asked if you could be available today and speak with us. And so after I got a little bit of, done a little bit of research about who you are, and I came across a number of interviews that you've done, and then saw that you go around the world, basically, and talk about your story. And so hearing your story was just extremely inspiring. You're 19 years old. You suffer from bipolar disease, right? And at some point when you're 19, you live in the Bay Area at that time?
I did at the time. I lived in San Francisco, yeah.
Okay. And so the Golden Gate Bridge is a huge landmark, right? To me, it symbolizes so much. Yeah. And I did hear the story that so many people, I think in one of your documentaries, you state that 7 to 8 people go there on a daily basis or within a week.
Yeah, 7 to 10 people die there once every 10 days.
Once every 10 days. Yeah. And that's not what when I think of Golden Gate Bridge, I don't think about that. But that is a very scary statistic.
Yeah.
So you went there at 19 years old, and I heard the story, you shared it, that you were on the bus, and there were a number of people that kind of looked at you strange, and maybe any of those individuals had said, hey, is everything okay? You might not have jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, in fact, on that bus, I had made a pact with myself. If one person does or says this, I will. If one person does or says this, I won't die today. And my won't was if one person says, hey, kid, are you okay? Brother, is something wrong? Or pal, can I help you? I would have told them everything and begged them to help me stay.
Wow.
And so this is key to the territory of Guam, because each of us, all of us, can be the catalyst to saving a life if we decide to be more kind, compassionate, loving, caring, empathetic, and non-judgmental to our fellow Guamanians. If we say to them, hey, what are you going through? What do you need from me? As opposed to being so inner focused. And one of the things I found, or that I learned about Guam, from the Total Guam Foundation and from Ashley and from friends here, is that we see a lot of women here who feel that that they don't matter, that their efforts don't matter, and that they don't hold weight in what they do. And that breaks my heart. And I don't mean to start off with a controversial point here, but we have a male-focused issue here with a silencing of Guam. Men that are so strong and steadfast and resilient on the outside, but maybe they're going through heck on the inside, and they're hurting on the inside, but they're not given the opportunity to vocalize that pain. So they're silencing it, they're burying it, and in that burying it, there are some families with women who generally feel, in a sense, uncared for and unworthy of that confidence to say what they're going through, what they need. And so I think it's very important as someone look at me and say I'm an outsider, what do I know? But I would say that I have lived this life for 24 years of living with bipolar depression, chronic thoughts of suicide. I've leapt off the Golden Gate Bridge and survived that fall. I got the gift of a second chance. And I'm not going to squander that gift not doing anything about it. I'm going to travel the world 250 to 300 days a year with the help of the Todu Guam Foundation and other groups to share a story of hope, healing, and recovery from brain pain and let people all around this globe know how valued they are, how worthy they are, how much they matter. And that, just because you're in a world of pain today doesn't mean you don't get to have that beautiful tomorrow. But you have to be here to get there in the first place. So I think there's a reckoning that needs to occur, certainly in Guam, certainly even around the world, where we are just given that kindness to people that are in pain. And here on Guam, we have an opportunity this week to witness a truth, a story that could have a ripple effect to change a life, many lives, hopefully. When we were here last time, I'll never forget it, there was a young lady who approached and said, I was going to take my life, and now I am not. And so that was just one person who vocalized their pain, their struggle, and said that this had changed their mind. Let's do that across Guam this week. Let's do that with the film we're showing on Thursday at 6:30 in the Regal Cinemas. Let's help people in Guam heal. Let's let them know that their voices need to be heard and that access to care needs to happen ASAP.
Absolutely. And so hearing you even in person, it's even more powerful. And I think that's why it's important. And I'm grateful that Todu Guam Foundation have brought you in, because your message is powerful. And it was powerful just like on YouTube. But, oh my goodness, even more so when you're right here in my face, right? And so I'm also thinking of the people that need to hear you, need to see you, and how much healing just can be given to them just by having somebody like yourself speak so much truth into their life.
I hear you, and I appreciate that. And suicide doesn't take the pain away. It transfers it on to everyone you've ever loved left behind. It makes it impossible for things to get better. But with hard work, things get better.
Yeah.
And I wake up every day grateful for every waking moment. I wake up. I thank God I got to wake up. I thank God for that first sip of water, that first breath of air, because without those two things, I couldn't be here. And I thank God before I go to bed every night with my lovely wife, who's sitting by my side right now. And when I do that, it's a ritual. I do it every day because it actually means the entire world to me. I almost wasn't here by my own hands. By these two hands, from lethal emotional pain, I was almost gone from my entire family's existence. And I'll never forget my father when he came into the hospital room that day. Kevin, I'm sorry, he said. I said, no, Dad, I'm sorry. Guilt. And he came over to my left side, he put his hand on my forehead, and he kissed my forehead. And he said, Kevin, you're going to be okay, I promise. Outside of the room, the doctor had just told him I had a 50-50 chance of living through the night. But he promised I would be okay. And I held on to that promise. And it kept me fighting. I was even a bubble boy for a while. They couldn't allow people in to see me because of germs and such. And I had a massive surgery to replace my shattered vertebrae with titanium. I've been through the darkness over and over again. But one thing I hold true is that I will never, ever again attempt to take my life so long as I shall live. I will die of natural causes at the ripe old age of 112, lying next to her in some white-walled hospital room holding her hand, and I'll drift off into the abyss, like in the film The Notebook I never saw twice or cried during. No, truly, because I know what these ideations can do. I know the devastating wake they leave behind them when someone takes their life. I have lost 19 people to suicide. 19. It's unfathomable. Those are 19 people I genuinely, truly cared about. Some of them I loved. And they're gone. My favorite teacher, John Fennell, died by suicide. He was my hero. He was my mentor. He was like a second father figure to me. And losing him broke me. And it made suicide an option for me. Before it never had been. He passed away. And I thought that's a possibility. So when people we love, know, and care about pass on this way, die by suicide. And we like to say die by suicide rather than committed because they're not committing crimes. They're dying of something just like they would die of anything else diseased. It's a brain disease, these mental pains, these brain pains. It's a mental disease, it's a brain pain, and your brain can become diseased just like every other organ in the body. If you can come to that recollection, that understanding, that deep understanding of what brain pain really is, you can also move forward. You can forge onward. You can find hope. Hope exists around the corner. If you haven't reached it, you haven't walked far enough. Keep going.
Wow. And so you're a man of faith, right?
Yes, I am.
Even before.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. No.
Because the disease is real then.
Oh, yeah. I was born Catholic, as they say. And grew up Catholic. I'm Catholic now. And the only time I lost my faith was standing atop the Golden Gate Bridge walkway looking down. I found him on the way down.
You said also that there was a voice in your head that said to jump.
Yes. Yeah.
And as soon as you jumped, you immediately regretted it.
Instantaneous regret for my actions and the 100% recognition that I just made the greatest mistake of my life and it was likely too late. For 99.9% of the people that have left off the Golden Gate Bridge, it's been too late. They're all gone.
Right.
Their families mourn them each and every waking moment of every single day. I get to be here. Even in the pain I'm in today, the great physical pain I have every day from my back injuries, it's all day, every day, without fail. No complaints. I get to experience that because I'm alive. What a gift. It's about perspective and perception. If you perceive yourself to be a sufferer or a victim, even if you have suffered or been victimized, friends, that is all you will ever be. But conversely, if you perceive yourself to be the hero of your journey, no matter the struggles you face or the pain you experience, you can still thrive inside the pain. It's a decision you have to make. It's a choice. And that's hard for some people to grapple.
Yeah, because you also share how it didn't end. Those thoughts didn't end after. Like you still have to deal with that even after you committed suicide.
Yeah.
And and didn't die.
Yeah.
So it's an ongoing battle.
Yeah.
Continuously. And then you also share about for those that are having those thoughts, they want to end that pain.
The pain.
And so then it becomes a choice.
Right.
This committing suicide or dying by suicide will end my pain.
Right. Well, I get your point there. But what I would say to that is you get to a point, well, look at it like this.
Okay.
What's the one thing you want to happen when you find yourself in excruciating physical pain? What do you want that pain to do?
You want it to stop.
Stop. Go away, end or leave. That's physical pain. With brain pain, people around you invalidate it. I cannot see it, therefore it must not be real. That's not fair. if we can validate their pain, maybe they won't want to stop it. Maybe they'll want to overcome it.
Right.
Maybe they'll want to thrive despite of it. Maybe they'll want to keep going. Maybe they'll want to be here tomorrow and every damn day after that.
Yeah, and so the importance is continuing to find support wherever you can get it, right? Through faith, through family, through friends, through organizations.
Through todoguam.com.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me about the Suicide, the Ripple Effect, which it's going to be screened at the Regal Theater for free, right?
Yes.
It'll be for free?
Yes, please come out.
Yeah.
On Thursday at 6:30, the Regal Theater, Suicide, the Ripple Effect, is a documentary chronicling both my life story and 6 Australians who we found and met over time who share their stories of recovery from their journeys. And the beautiful part about that is that we travel to 6 countries in the film, and we hear from people of all walks of life who have overcome great adversity and gone on to share their stories to help other people. And these folks, after this movie, have gone on to write books, build their own foundations, help a lot of people in a lot of places, which is just incredible. So what we found out was that the film itself has been seen by over 3 million people in 20 plus countries and counting, and over 1,000 people have said this film saved their life.
Wow.
And then the work we've done, Margaret and I, in general, 3 billion people plus have seen the story on viral media, and over 200,000 people have said the story saved their life. We can quantify it. I don't take ownership of that. I am no lifesaver, but I am a conduit. I give a message. People go home. They do the work. They ask for help. They get the help. They stay alive. Everyone with a story, and everyone's got one, can be that catalyst if we so choose. Now that's the choice I want you to make.
Right. Margaret, if you can kind of chime in, if that's okay, just about how I think for a lot of us here in Guam too, our support system are our mothers, our wives. And I kind of just wanted to hear from you and your thoughts on this journey and unconditional love, especially when it comes to somebody that is your life partner. I could tell how much you love each other, but your husband is dealing with a very, powerful disease.
Sure. We've been together for 20 years and we've been married for 18 years. And you can imagine we've had times where Kevin was suicidal and he's gone through his mental health and behavioral health care challenges. And as his primary caregiver, I better have some really good tools in my toolbox. So when we first got married and first got together, I wasn't as educated in how to take the best care of a partner who's got mental health issues, let alone bipolar disorder with psychotic features and chronic suicidality, right? So it was like a crash course in trying to figure this out for me. But, and I get a lot of questions. I work a lot with other couples and families in our practice that ask me, how do you do it? One of the big pieces of advice I highly recommend is you make sure you're okay first. That old adage of putting on the oxygen mask as you get on the plane, and they say put the oxygen mask on yourself before you put it on the person next to you or your child. That's so true in a partnership with mental health issues. You have to make sure your mental health is paramount. So I make sure that I have my support system. I make sure that I am, obviously my mental health is not perfect because nobody's is, but I make sure that my glass is full and my tank is full and my toolkit is full so that when I need to reach in for specific tools as things come up, they're there. I don't need to still replenish them. So that's the first thing I mentioned to to spouses and parents that need to take care of, that are caregivers, right, of folks with mental health issues. The second thing is, yeah, of course it's unconditional love, but I think you also, it works both ways with us. So I'm really lucky because Kevin is very self-aware. So, and he's always kind of been. We started dating in 2004, and he was probably the most self-aware, most honest and courageous person I ever met. He never shied away from being honest about his mental health issues. He talks about his brain health issues as if it was like he broke his arm or his leg is hurting. Like it's a broken brain, just like it could be a broken leg, right? And when I first witnessed this, it was actually in public in a restaurant in San Francisco, and my initial instinct was to tell him to keep his voice down, but I didn't, because I thought, no, this is great.
Yeah.
Because if you had a cast, you would ask, people would be signing it. So
Right.
keep talking about your broken brain, because everybody needs to get educated. It goes beyond stigma for me. I look at it as education for the population, right? If you have a broken brain, it's exactly that. It's not a broken brain. You're not crazy, and you shouldn't be stigmatized. As a matter of fact, we need to take it upon ourselves. I think it's a human rights issue to prioritize and educate ourselves on mental and brain health. And so being really honest about mental health challenges for me, for him, for people around us, it really matters. We don't know how to live any other way. And so that's how we live. That's
I
how we make it work.
appreciate that. I
Yeah.
really do. I think
she's my hero.
Yeah, I think it just brings me back to what you had when she's sharing. I feel like I know your story just by the number of interviews you've done, because you shared that. I think you shared that with your wrestling coach.
Yeah.
You had told him, "Hey, I've been diagnosed with bipolar disease, right?"
Yeah.
And so I think your wrestling coach better understood what you're going through, because he felt like there weren't very many issues with you when you're a freshman, sophomore, and then all of a sudden like a light switched when you became a junior.
Yeah.
And so he had to speak with you, and then you shared with him that you've been diagnosed with bipolar disease.
That's right. I mean, at first, my mom, my dad, they didn't really know what was going on. The other teachers were like, "What is wrong with Kevin?" And that's the term they use. What is wrong with Kevin? And then I was eventually diagnosed. I said, "Coach, I have a disease." And he said, "Wow, that makes sense now. In looking up what this is about, I get it." And he was so much more receptive, and he became. That was Coach Vittorio Anastasio. Shout out to Vittorio. He was incredible because he became my go-to guy.
Yeah.
He was a crucial person at that time in my someone a confidant I would go to talk to about what I was going through. And even though I wasn't really at the time, I wasn't being self-aware with my diagnosis. I was on medication. I was going to therapy, but I was lying in therapy. I was lying through my teeth at 17 and a half before I met Margaret, and telling the therapist what I thought he wanted to hear, and telling the psychiatrist the same. And how can they treat you properly if they don't know the truth?
Yeah.
So if you're not being honest in therapy or treatment, how can you get well, right? And if you're not being honest with yourself, how can you get to safety in the first place? So getting past that, and now Victoria and I are very close. I call him at least once a week or once a month, and we talk as often as we can.
There's one thing that I wanted to ask you too, and I'm not sure if it was resolved. You mentioned that infrastructure-wise, the state or the city of San Francisco could do something about the bridge. Have they made any changes to making the post higher than 4 feet?
So what we did was my father, actually Patrick K. Hines, founded the Bridge Rail Foundation after my attempt.
Yeah.
With Paul Muller and Dave Hull. My dad was the original president of the board. Margaret and I were founding board members. We fought for the better part of the last 20 years to make that net real. The net has been implemented in 360,000 square feet of the entire bridge. And as of January 1, the net's been in place, and suicides have been reduced by over 83% at the Golden Gate Bridge.
Wow.
And so we've unequivocally proven that reduction of access to lethal means actually saves lives. And people always say, they always said in the fight against this, they're like, well, they'll just go somewhere else. We disproved that. The Richard Seiden study years prior took 500 individuals who had attempted to take their lives off the Golden Gate Bridge, who had been prevented from going over before the net was in place. 96% of them never attempted again. 96% never attempted again. One of them went back to the bridge and ended their lives. So if you reduce access to lethal means, what happens is, at icons for suicide, high places for suicide, bridges, tall buildings, structures, railways, what occurs is the suicides drop at that area, and they drop in the metropolitan county around that area. Why? Because you've just shown an entire community how much you care about them, even if they can't see how much they need to care for themselves. It's an incredible ripple effect, as they say, that has a transformative resonance with all the people in that kind of pain.
Wow.
And I might add now, our next project is to work on the Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
In New York State. Because they have had several suicides there, one very recently. And so we're working on getting a barrier structure up on
That's a much more difficult task because you've got egress to waters all over the area, and they all lead to one place, right? So you have to find a way to protect people from themselves while also being environmentally safe, while also being effective and measurable. So we're working, actually, we brought on the Bridge Rail Foundation to work with that. So the Bridge Rail Foundation's sole purpose was initially just to get the net of railing at the Golden Gate Bridge and then stop, retire, right? Resign themselves. But because of the influx of people from around the world that said, my son died here, my daughter died here, my fiance died here, how can we do this here? We have now been the go-to point for bridges, tall building structures, and railways globally, subject matter experts, exactly, to do this, to reduce access to lethal means. So we're going to have a long life with the Bridge Rail Foundation and other groups to change lives and to hopefully save lives around the world.
That is so beautiful. That is a beautiful story. I cannot thank you guys enough for coming to Guam too and share it. There's going to be a sunset run and walk, right? That's this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have two
Go
big
ahead.
events. This whole week that Kevin and Margaret are here, we actually call it the Kindness Week.
Okay.
Because Kevin will be going and talking to different groups, different schools, just different community organizations about his story and hopefully spreading the word of, the importance of mental health and suicide prevention, but also the message of kindness, which is something that's very important also to the Todo Guam Foundation, and really the reason why these guys are here today. And so we have the two events. The first one is on Thursday. We're going to do the screening of The Ripple Effect at the Regal Cinema at 6:30 p.m. And then we have the final event of the Kindness Week is the Sunset Run at EPAL Beach. 5 p.m.
Nice. Yeah. Going to continue to put the word out because it's a message that everybody needs to hear. I think it's a match made in heaven because when I think of Todo Guam Foundation, I think of Ashley's father, Senator Dennis, and he exemplifies kindness.
Yes,
he really
Yes,
does.
he does.
Right?
He's the definition of the word.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Somebody's trying to call in?
Rand.
Okay, we are KGUM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. Do you mind taking a phone call?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
One more thing.
Yes.
Guam, we love you and thank you for having us.
Biba. All right. So this is Rand Kaufman, who is also a host on Wave 105. He has his own show on Friday.
Oh, wow.
And he is a pre-kindergarten. He's a gate teacher for 5-year-olds. Yeah. And so, is Rand there? Hafa Adai, Rand?
Yes. How you doing?
Hey.
We're coming in loud and clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I'm in the First Hawaiian Bank. I'm going to take a seat here. Yeah, when people are doing what they're doing here, this couple it magnifies, through the whole planet as they understand, because they're going from country to country, doing what they're doing. Now, folks, I have a show. It's from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock on Friday, and what we've done, we've put together Einstein as our authority because we're not like a parochial school, and Einstein has put together a way to get into higher consciousness in a scientific way. And the way we approach people, we have a school called Mujal Community School. It's an alternative school, and all of our students and their monitors, plus all of our teachers and everybody pretty much involved with the Mujal, has kind of been introduced to their higher consciousness, and they name that higher consciousness. It's like going from the third dimension to the fifth dimension. And then we work on having them understand that the way the third dimension works, it's a world of duality. You have bliss, pain, love, hate, pro-choice, pro-life, love, fear. And in that aspect, we have people identified as to who they really are in this higher consciousness. And then in the third dimension, like this world of duality, I can just imagine for you, sir, your pain is now your bliss because of your wife and what you're doing. So that balances it out. That pain of what you did and what you went through and what you're going through is balanced to the bliss of your life that you have now. So bad, good.
Yeah.
If you think about Christ, the guy spent his whole life with his friends going around helping as many people as they could.
Yes.
That's, of course, their bliss. So that had to be balanced in the duality. For every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction.
Right.
There's pain. And, of course, that's the crucifixion. So that's good, bad. And next to them on the cross was a bad guy, and he goes to heaven. So bad, good. Most of our heavens for the bad guys around here is Department of Corrections, right, or wherever you might be. But what it is, we teach people to be lifeguards, that if you're sitting at a food court somewhere and a couple of tables away, you see somebody crying, in about 15 or 20 minutes you can flip them because they'll understand about, like, let's say they just broke up. So you go, okay, how was it the first month you were together? Oh, it was so blissful, it was so intimate, it was so wonderful. Well, now you have the pain of the breakup. That's your balance. You're going to have a bliss and you're going to have a pain. It's very powerful, and once you really realize that, you really see it for what it is all the time. So it doesn't affect you because, as Einstein says, to get into higher consciousness, you have to be free of fear and pain. So you rise above it. You're in the fifth dimension, so you understand why these things are happening so they don't affect you.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. We call it locally Tanaichi. In Chamorro, that means eternity. But I'd love to get together with you fine folks sometimes at your convenience, whether or not, however you want to do it. If you want to come on the show, I don't know if you're going to, after the Thursday night, your show, of course, and then any other time. But, you can let Isa, your producer there, her name is higher conscious name is Kim. I'm Rand, but my higher consciousness is John. I named it after my dad.
Okay.
So this is something that we offer here, and as you know, being here on Guam, in Mariana Islands, this is where humans teach humans how to be human. It's a very powerful spot. This really is, as you probably in your meetings and how the hospitality works here.
Oh, the hospitality is like none other that we've ever experienced.
I'm sorry?
The hospitality is like none other that we've ever experienced. Margaret and I were talking today about how, of all the places we visited in our lifetime, this is our favorite, and it's because of the people. It's because of the people.
There you go.
So.
And there's a legend. It's called the Goddess of Guam, and the Goddess of Guam legend is about an old man and old woman who lives next to the sea, and late at night there's a knock on the door, and they open up the door, and there's another old man and old woman on the other side of the door, and they bring them in. The old man goes and gets some fresh water. The old woman goes and gets some vegetables, and they have a small fish the old man had caught that day, and they cook that up, and they're so happy to be able to give this to the old man and old woman. Well, the old man and old woman who came through the door is a god and goddess. And they tell the old man and old woman in the morning, climb the mountain. And as you're climbing the mountain, don't look back. And when you get to the top of the mountain, we're going to see the rainbow. And when you see the rainbow, then, of course, you can look back. So sure enough, early in the morning, the old man and old woman start climbing the mountain. They don't look back. They get to the top of the mountain. The old woman sees the Isa, sees the rainbow, and they look back, and the whole island has sunk, and everybody's gone but them. Nobody's there.
Wow.
So the water recedes. They go back down to the shoreline. The god and goddess reappear, and the god and goddess say they're going to be humans. We're going to be coming to your shores. And when they come, you teach them how to be human. That's the hospitality, not a doubt in anybody's mind. Wow. And that's why we beat China in rugby. That's why we beat India in soccer. That's why we're the number one culinary in the United States. That's why nobody beats us in our senior baseball or softball. Our ROTC beats everywhere. We played 24 schools. We compete against 24 schools just recently. California, Arizona, we beat everybody in every category. Wow. Our dance groups go to Europe. We beat everybody in Europe. We beat Russia. We beat Czechoslovakia. Yes, Pauly. I met him in Orlando, man. His group went over there and they kicked butt. They beat everybody. And the reason why is because nobody's competing. They're just having fun. Yeah. They're just enjoying their life. Yeah. And that's something that, as you have the sense now, get an idea about how this humans teach humans how to be human here. But let me know. You can talk to you can talk to Isa. And by the way, Isa, her name means rainbow.
Yes, I gathered that.
But she's, she has a higher conscious named Kim. Yeah. And then, so in that aspect, when things in her life, she sees things going the way they are. She understands why they're that way. It's because of this world of duality that we live in. But your bliss now, sir, is with you and your wife and what you're doing. And that whole immense thing makes up for the pain that you're constantly going through.
I couldn't agree with you more. I see them as equals, and I'm with you, brother. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. So if you come up with an idea, Isa can give you my phone number.
Okay.
Or I can get a hold of her, of course, but we can figure out a time. How long are you going to be on Guam?
Till Sunday.
Till Sunday. Okay. Well, my show's Friday night from 6 to 8. If you want to come on. Other than that, we can meet somewhere. I'll treat you for lunch or dinner or whatever, and I can just show you what we have. We have pamphlets. NEDA, Guam Economic Development Authority, gave me $25,000 to teach this to as many people as possible.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to meet you.
So we're in the high schools. We see the middle schools as the most challenged.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
It's something we can share, and then if it's one more tool in the toolkit, as your wife says, it's just one more tool in the toolkit. Perfect. When it comes to the time when you're ready to teach somebody how to be a lifeguard.
Well, I'm very grateful you called, Rand. And AKA John, this means a lot. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, sir. And in the meantime, think about your what name you want to call your higher consciousness.
I already know it.
There you go. What is it?
It's Giovanni.
Okay, Giovanni lives forever, has all the knowledge of the universe, lives in truth, no gender, no judgments, and you're completely surrounded by unconditional love.
Oh, wow. That was beautiful. Thank you.
And you're operating out of the fifth dimension.
There it is.
There it is.
That's
Absolutely.
incredible. I love it.
Thanks,
okay,
senor.
Sir.
Talk to you on
sir.
Friday. Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right. Adios. Is Giovanni your confirmation name?
No, it's my birth name.
It's your birth name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and when I was in grade school, all the kids would make fun of me for having a weird name. And so
it's not weird here. I know a few Giovannis here.
Well, I was too young and too silly not to listen to those silly gooses. And I got really self conscious about the name Giovanni. I thought, well, I went home and I said, Mom and Dad, can you guys call me Michael from now on? And they're like, Michael, we can't call you Michael. Michael, that's not even close to your name. Your name is, so they said, how about your middle name, Kevin? And I was like, yeah, I could do that. So went by Kevin.
There you go. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for listening to everybody besides that voice.
Yeah.
To continue the important message that what is it? Hashtag live for tomorrow.
Be here tomorrow.
Be here tomorrow.
Be here tomorrow.
What a strong message. Simple, but it's strong. It is so powerful. And thank you for perpetuating that message that we should all be here tomorrow. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Paul.
The honor is mine. We'll take the break. 3:20 in the afternoon. This is Wave 105.
KGUM-FM, Agutnia, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. The L.A. County coroner says at least 24 people have died from wildfires that are tearing through the area. 12,000 structures, including many homes, are gone. As our Lilia Luciano reports, many have not been able to get into neighborhoods to see the devastation firsthand.
There's so many residents who want to go back into their homes and see what's left, and they can't. Most people I've talked to know what the situation in their home, whether it was lost or not, is, because either early on somebody went or neighbors took video or things like that. But it's very chaotic, and it's so concerning that the fire could get worse.
Forecasters say the winds will pick up again later this week. There are concerns the fires could lead to inequality and gentrification in historically black neighborhoods in Altadena. KNX's Karen Adams says that.
Altadena is where a lot of black families settled to escape the Jim Crow South, and it was also one of the rare places blacks could escape discriminatory housing practices and begin to build generational wealth.
Before there was Baldwin Hills, the celebrity black people, Arthur Duncan, tap dancer with Betty White, Sidney Poitier, Ivan Dixon, Terry Crews, Patrice Rushen, Billy Childs, lived in Altadena.
Aldra Allison and other black families have owned their homes in Altadena for generations.
There is a lot on the line for Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin's new rocket in a space launch scheduled in 1 hour.
It has to demonstrate reliability to attract NASA and Defense Department contracts, as well as those from private industry for large satellites for Earth orbit and beyond. New Glenn is 321 feet tall. It generates nearly 4 million pounds of thrust. This launch will carry an experimental payload called Blue Ring, which can carry as many as 13 satellites or experiment packages. New Glenn is named for legendary astronaut John Glenn. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
Are North Korean troops in Ukraine killing themselves? A South Korean lawmaker tells reporters that the nation's intelligence service discovered memos on the bodies of dead North Korea troops that pressured them to take their own lives or self-detonate to avoid capture. Massachusetts is now one of 3 states, including New York and Maryland, that bans declawing cats. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Declawing involves taking out the first bone of a cat's toes. Animal humane officials in Massachusetts call it, quote, an amputation comparable to the removal of all 10 human fingertips at the first knuckle. They say declawing can make cats more likely to bite and can cause them to avoid a litter box.
The Washington Commanders were visitors to Raymond James Stadium tonight, but they left the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Stadium as history-bucking victors as Washington gets its first playoff win since 2005. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
Most of us think treasures is something to found in chests, but one Toledo, Ohio man found his own under rubble and bricks in his own basement. WTOL-TV's Steve Iwanek has that story.
What started as a cleanup turned into a payout for Walter Castaneda. He bought the house on Payne Avenue in May for just $1,000 and found 10 times that in cash.
I just kind of felt like, whoa, like, because, you read about this stuff, but you never actually see it. And then when it's right there in front of you, it's kind of hard to process.
Most of the money was hidden in envelopes. But Castaneda says he found more under bricks from where a potbelly stove once was.
They were black, but you could just make out when I shined a light on it, like, 100, like in the corners.
The latest bill is dated with the year 1981. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics say if you factor in today's inflation, that 10 grand back then would be worth about $35,000 right now.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
After over 10 years, I think it's time to freshen things up. Attention class of 2025. The next evolution of the Power 98 Senior Challenge is coming. Are you ready to step up? Stay tuned for details.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Eduquentas is now every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tune in at 105.1 Wave FM to listen to Eduquentas. Eduquentas is a special initiative by Guam Department of Education dedicated to shining the light on the incredible achievements of our students, teachers, and staff. Once again, join us on Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1, the sound of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guam, Johnny Atulai here, inviting you to tune in to Vet Talk Show every Wednesday from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the wave of conversation where Miss Bobby and I address veterans' concerns and benefits for you, only on Wave 105.1 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 3:26 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's. You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Sherwin-Williams, ready for a fresh start? Sherwin-Williams is hiring inside and outside sales. Visit us in person Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 671-646-8050 or email your resume to sw@pri-guam.com. Join our team today. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Marito in between the Pier Park and the Bell Tower. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Ipan, and this is by the Ipan Beach Park. Slow traffic on Route 15, Dairy Road and Pocket Route, as well as Route 10 in Manilao at the intersection near the Santa Teresita Church. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Hagåtña at the intersection and near the Agana Library. Heavy traffic on Route 8 in Mighty if you are coming from the intersection that leads to East Sunset Boulevard, heading to the intersection that leads to the Momong Toto Mighty Loop Road. And there is also slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning north and southbound at the intersection that leads to Route 14 or near the ITC building. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From today, Monday, January 13th to Friday, January 17th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Manning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Betnes. It's Monday, 3:30 in the afternoon. Again, I want to thank the Total Guam Foundation, Ashley Calvo Rodriguez, for setting that interview up with Kevin Hines, Kevin and his wife, Margaret. And so they are doing... I wanted to highlight more on the event this Thursday, the film screening of Suicide, The Ripple Effect. It's Thursday at the Guam Premier Outlets at Regal Theaters, right? And it's free, but seats are limited. So that's at 6:30 p.m., which is a powerful documentary directed by Kevin Hines that explores the ripple effect of suicide on families, communities, and individuals. Following the screening, there will be a brief Q&A and a meet and greet with Kevin Hines. You can register on Eventbrite. And so what I would do is, because you do have to pre-register, right? And so go to Eventbrite, eventbrite.com, and then look for Screening of Suicide, The Ripple Effect to get those tickets. Again, it's free, but there are limited seats. Then on Saturday, this Saturday, at the Epau Beach Park, they're going to be doing the Guam Healthy Sunset 5K Fun Run Walk. So showtime's at 4 p.m., then the race starts at 5 p.m., and so the bibs are $15 per person and $40 for a team of 4. You can join Kevin, who's going to be there for a fun and engaging run and walk at Epau Beach Park, where participants can enjoy a sunset run, obstacle courses for kids, and a health fair for adults in partnership with Guam Fit Expo. And so you can go to toduguam.com, toduguam.com to register for the race. And then, like Ashley was mentioning, Kevin is visiting local schools, organizations, and first responders to conduct customized workshops and sessions designed to enhance Guam suicide prevention efforts and promote mental health wellness across the community. And so it's just, again, what a powerful story of Kevin. There's so much information about him. Again, they talk about the Bridge Rail Foundation. I didn't even realize, everything that has been implemented since then. And he's now considered, him and his wife are considered experts on the matter. And they're looked to help, better design buildings and bridges to prevent suicide. And again, I can't help but just think about how Kevin was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, living with it, or diagnosed as early as his junior year, and having to go through that, live his life this way. I haven't watched the movie, but there's been a couple other documentaries people have done where they focus on Kevin. There's even like, I think HBO did a documentary on him too. And it just talks about that voice. And it talks about how even his father knew something was wrong, went to go check up on him, went to his room at like 6 a.m, checked on Kevin. He was 19 years old at the time. And Kevin, he says, everything okay? And Kevin's like, yeah, Dad, everything's okay. I'm good. He goes, okay, I love you. I love you too. And then he had to go to work, right? So Dad goes to work, and then he's just on the floor sobbing and crying because he knew that this was the day that he was going to go commit suicide over at the Golden Gate Bridge. But then, like you heard when he was here today, he said that he made a pact with himself that if anybody on his way to the bridge stops him, says, is everything okay? Because he's sobbing, he's crying on the bus to the Golden Gate Bridge, crying to the point where people are noticing him, looking at him. He says even there's like somebody on the bus that kind of points to him, like, what's his deal? What's his problem? And then, so he gets to the Golden Gate Bridge and he starts walking, and I forget how long he's there before he jumps, but he mentions that there are even like police officers or officials that walk that bridge looking for people that are going to, try to commit suicide. But nobody acknowledged him. None of those officials acknowledged him. And then just this voice in his head that just said, jump. And it was a 4-foot railing, so it was very easy to just climb over the rail. And he went, and he said immediately when he jumped, he regretted it. So we didn't get into it, but he fell. And even like the trauma nurse talked about how he is a miracle. They could not believe that he was alive. Not only was he alive, but he was talking. He was audible as he was going into the emergency room, and just so very remorseful. It was a woman in her car that noticed him in the water. If it was not for that woman, because now hypothermia, he's going to drown. Nobody spots him. He's alive. If nobody sees him, he's dying. Yeah. He's either going to drown.
Or his injuries.
Yeah, his injuries. And he had injuries. I think he broke his foot from the fall. His spinal cord was ruptured. So you know the story too? You looked it up?
I was just listening to Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the woman called somebody that she knew, somebody in the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard rescued him.
Oh, okay.
And they pulled him out of the water, and they said something along the lines of, how many people we pulled out? This group, not just the Coast Guard in the history, but just their group, like something along the lines of 50 something, right?
Wow.
And 58 people were pulled out and they were dead. You know how many we pulled out alive? And they looked at Kevin, and he said, 1. And he's the one. So he is definitely a miracle. Absolutely a miracle. And he's living to tell the story. And he's going around throughout the world sharing this story. And he's here in Guam. And so if your kid comes home from school and says, hey, we had a function, they brought us into the cafeteria or the gym, and a guy by the name of Kevin Hines spoke to us. That's the guy. That's the guy. Just extremely inspirational. And he's going to be here until Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 3:40 in the afternoon. Let's see here. What else do we got? Like I mentioned, the Attorney General is going to be in here around 4. He's going to be speaking with us, the Attorney General, Doug Moylan, on a number of things, right? Let me see here. Over the weekend, he's been pretty busy, too. Putting out releases. Let's see here. See if I got any updates. So he's put out a couple of releases throughout the weekend. He shared the details of he gave the explanation as to why his fiance was hired. Here, let me just see if I got it. So he shares that Sheena Lynn Hawkins was part of his political campaign. For 10 years, Hawkins was also trained and held to manage his private law firm before he became the Attorney General. About a year ago, Hawkins decided to apply to the elected office to help him serve the people, especially in light of the mass resignations and employees who worked under the former AG. Because of his professional and personal relationship with her, he submitted a notice that would not participate in her employment application. She was qualified in having previously worked in his private law office for about 10 years. So Hawkins was hired by Chief Deputy AG Joe Guthrie. And I saw that letter too. So there is a paper trail of Chief Deputy AG Joe Guthrie getting a letter from AG Moylan saying, put out, a notice that we are looking to hire a new chief of staff. And then it's Joe Guthrie, basically stating that Hawkins is best qualified for the position. She wants the job. She's best qualified. We're hiring her. And that's that. When you talk about the brother now, also it's important to put out there that he hired a deputy chief of staff, Thomas Paulino, and an Anna Nicole Paris. They were also hired. And they, just like Hawkins, are existing AG employees. So they took on the positions of deputy chief of staff. So for Scott Moylan, his brother, it was part of 4 accountants. He's part of 4 accountants that left Community First Credit Union and then applied at the Office of the Attorney General. He immediately hired 3 of the accountants, placing them in the Child Support Division and Administration. So for Scott, he said that he withdrew from reviewing his job application, which in cases like the CDAG, the Deputy Attorney General, Scott has been the controller for several banks and DOE for decades before coming to work with the office, including CSB and ANZ and Community First Federal Credit Union. So that's pertaining to Scott Moylan, his brother. And that's what he had shared on the record. But really, again, when he comes in, I asked if we can focus on a number of his initiatives, right, that he's wanting to put out in the community. And we see a lot of those initiatives by billboard. And so we'll touch on some of that. And then I imagine we'll get into the initiatives to how his office wants to or is looking to combat homelessness. And then a number of releases have come out on how things had worked in the past, right, with the encampment across the Micronesia Mall. And now he is pinpointing an encampment that a number of people are very aware of, right, across McDonald's and Harmon Loop. And then he shares details on a Tidzin tent city that could be put up, that could be stood up in Tidzin, in like the open spaces, open areas in Tidzin. I'm trying to remember. In my mind, and we'll get clarification, that is where that open area is where there used to be a temporary U.S. Army Corps dumping site for Typhoon Mawar. Is that the open space that he's talking about for a tent city? There's a couple open areas in Tidzin. So just for clarification, where could that be? And then it sounds like he would be using the funds that he has for the Dignity Project. And so the Dignity Project, again, I imagined it to be like at a hotel or a motel. They get a place to sleep. They get a place to shower for the night. Then they come down and they get some breakfast. And then there are a number of agencies in the lobby or in the restaurant ready to receive them, ready to assist them. Whether it's Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, whether it's Public Health, whether it's Department of Labor, Guam Department of Labor, to assist them. So there's the bed and night that the governor's office is working on, but and that's supposed to be somewhere in Tamuning, but there are some hiccups there. So there are delays with that bed at night. And then there is also a homeless shelter that they're building in Anigua that also has some delays. So we'll see if those things can all kind of align. But the problem is, it just sounds like the governor's office is not as willing to work with the Office of the Attorney General as they did in 2023, early part of 2023. So the office of the governor, if I'm not mistaken, is stating that there was no plan to continue that initiative throughout. And so I'm trying, I know that there were a couple press conferences with the GPD chief, with the lieutenant governor, with the attorney general at the attorney general's office on how that would all work out. But yeah, it's true. It was the one encampment across the Micronesia Mall. I was even there covering it. And then there were still other known encampments. The office of the governor also worked on they took out not that they took out, but they also were very aware of the encampment that was in Turtle Cove in Zotnya. And so I'm not sure if the Attorney General was part of that movement. Joe Malik is on the line. Hafa Adai, senor, how was your weekend?
Busy.
That's good though. Being productive is is a good thing, right?
It's hard
It's
out
hot.
here. I got my haircut inside my truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, who's the chairman for the VA?
The chairman for the VA. Man, I think I'm trying. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember who it is. I can't think of it right now.
I think it's San Agustin.
No, it cannot be Joe because it's all Republicans.
Oh.
Who's got oversight? Veterans. I think it's Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
She's got oversight. I mean, she's not a veteran herself, but her father is. I think her husband too.
Yeah, and I hope she shows up for the vet talk on Wednesday.
Is so she's invited? Is she going to be one of the guests?
Yeah, for
Nice.
the VA.
Nice.
So
I know that.
Call in and ask her what the VA is. The VA still up at the Ghana, the Seabuck, or someplace else.
Yeah, so there's a little bit. Did you go to the Veterans Conference? I'm not sure. Did you go?
Manilo?
No, did you go to that Veterans Conference on Friday?
No.
There's some confusion going on because the governor was on Vet Talk with Uncle Johnny and Charlie, right? And they were talking about the grant money that they got for the Veterans Cemetery. And the governor said, "Oh, we got it." But the details, you have to check Joe Jose San Agustin, the director of Guam Veterans Affairs Office, right? But she said on Vet Talk, right? She said that we got the money, right?
Yeah.
So I wasn't at the Veterans Conference.
Money for the cemetery, but not the Seabuck.
Okay.
I remember her saying that Manila, the Gaga, the new hospital.
Yeah.
The VA is supposed to be.
Oh yeah.
I think she has.
She said
veteran fund for.
She said that they're working on they would be looking into veterans homes and nursing homes within the vicinity of a hospital in Mangilao. Yeah, that's what she had mentioned, like veterans homes.
Oh, well, I'll check Wednesday if Sabrina shows up. The talk and
Yeah.
she can come up with some ideas. So like Friday, I need to go to health group,
Okay.
and then March I have to go and see Dr. Cruz at Seabuck. So I'm collecting all my bullets for if she shows up Wednesday.
You're collecting all your bullets. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay.
What about how's everything over the weekend?
Oh man,
Busy, right?
I went fishing with Mark.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but not even a bite. Not
Aye.
one, not even a bite, man. Nothing.
Aye.
I got pissed off because I spent money to buy the artificial bait.
Okay.
Call it the floater.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the rod and reel.
Yeah.
I want to try again tonight because tonight is another full moon. Last night is full moon, but tonight is also good. I'm going to try again.
Okay.
And I got some suck.
I don't know what's that one.
Snapper.
Okay. Red snapper, suck.
Yeah, suck. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, senor.
Okay.
Okay, enjoy. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay. Adios. 3:54 in the afternoon. Let's see here. So here's something too before we're just going to pivot real quick. So the governor's office put out a release stating that they are going to they are proposing that the legislature return the Epal Point property back to the Perez family. So that's pretty interesting. So this came out earlier today. The governor announcing the pending introduction of a legislative measure authorizing the return of Epal Point. The Epal Point property, also known as the old GMH site, to the Perez family. The legislation follows the recent securing of land in Mangilao for the hospital, allowing the long dormant property to be returned. Says here from the governor, she said, it is essential to underscore that this property is not federal land, but private land originally offered by the generosity of Francisco de Perez to build a hospital. A government hospital was built serving the community for over 20 years. Its purpose and the commitment of the Perez family have been fulfilled. With the health facility now secured in Mangilao, it is only right that the property be returned so the Perez family can make the best use of it moving forward. The Epal Point property became government land administered by the Tomorrow Land Trust Commission after the hospital's closure and has remained dormant for decades. The legislation acknowledges the long-standing stewardship of the Perez family and their contributions to the community while addressing the property's current state of inactivity. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio said the Epal Point property holds deep familial significance for the Perez family, serving as an important link to their history and heritage. Long before Guam could elect its own governor, the Perez family understood the value of a hospital could bring to a community. Their generosity contributed greatly to the growth of Tamuning. Now, as we focus on development in other areas like Mangilao, it is fitting that this property be returned to the Perez family. The proposed legislation will have no impact on the cultural center and the Naftan properties, which will remain with the government via the CLTC. Governor Leon Guerrero called on the Guam legislature to support this measure. So I'm not sure which, because this could go a number of ways, right? The speaker could just introduce it like the speaker has done before. The last speaker was Speaker Therese Terlai, right? And basically, on behalf of the governor, introduced the bill that would mandate that the bill be built in Mangilao, or that the hospital be built in Mangilao. While that was happening, Senator Chris Barnett introduced a bill that mandates that the government build the hospital at Epal Point. So I imagine it could be just like that. So this one is pretty interesting to see how it would work, because there are rumors flying too that the medical community would actually like the Perez family to have that property back. And then the Perez family could build their own hospital. But I haven't got word from anybody. There's nothing official from the Perez family that they even want to do that. So, I mean, maybe there's other people in the community that know something, and it would be beneficial. The Perez family get the property and then work with somebody else, others with really big pockets, to build a private hospital. So Very interesting, because now if anybody, if that's not the case, if that rumor is not true at all, because it still is just a rumor, then anybody in this 38th Guam legislature that wants to reintroduce a bill that would mandate that the hospital be built into Muning, where now if the Paris family has their property back? You can't mandate the government to build it. They don't have the property anymore. $3:59 in the afternoon. We'll take the break, and then on the other side of this break, we should be getting the Attorney General. Let's see here. Christina B goes, you take land from unwilling landowners, give donated land back. Yeah, that's what's... we'll see how that all works out. To be fair, the governor has always stated, when it comes to eminent domain on those two properties that are being condemned by the government, they're getting face value. They're getting fair compensation plus 10%. So they're condemning these lands, and they're getting upwards of $4 million plus 10%. So definitely need to continue to put that out there every time we're talking about condemning lands. Condemning lands, well, the owners are getting compensated. All right, we'll take the break. 4 o'clock on the dot. KGUM FM in Hagåtña, Guam.
KGUM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. The L.A. County coroner says at least 24 people have died from wildfires that are tearing through the area. 12,000 structures, including many homes, are gone. As our Lilia Luciano reports, many have not been able to get into neighborhoods to see the devastation firsthand.
There's so many residents who want to go back into their homes and see what's left, and they can't. Most people I've talked to know what the situation in their home, whether it was lost or not, is, because either early on somebody went or neighbors took video or things like that. But it's very chaotic, and it's so concerning that the fire could get worse.
Forecasters say the winds will pick up again later this week. There are concerns the fires could lead to inequality and gentrification in historically black neighborhoods in Altadena. KNX's Karen Adams says that.
Altadena is where a lot of black families settled to escape the Jim Crow South, and it was also one of the rare places blacks could escape discriminatory housing practices and begin to build generational wealth.
Before there was Baldwin Hills, the celebrity black people, Arthur Duncan, tap dancer with Betty White, Sidney Poitier, Ivan Dixon, Terry Crews, Patrice Rushen, Billy Childs, lived in Altadena.
Aldra Allison and other black families have owned their homes in Altadena for generations.
There is a lot on the line for Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin's new rocket in a space launch scheduled in 1 hour.
It has to demonstrate reliability to attract NASA and Defense Department contracts, as well as those from private industry for large satellites for Earth orbit and beyond. New Glenn is 321 feet tall. It generates nearly 4 million pounds of thrust. This launch will carry an experimental payload called Blue Ring, which can carry as many as 13 satellites or experiment packages. New Glenn is named for legendary astronaut John Glenn. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
Are North Korean troops in Ukraine killing themselves? A South Korean lawmaker tells reporters that the nation's intelligence service discovered memos on the bodies of dead North Korea troops that pressured them to take their own lives or self-detonate to avoid capture. Massachusetts is now one of 3 states, including New York and Maryland, that bans declawing cats. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Declawing involves taking out the first bone of a cat's toes. Animal humane officials in Massachusetts call it, quote, an amputation comparable to the removal of all 10 human fingertips at the first knuckle. They say declawing can make cats more likely to bite and can cause them to avoid a litter box.
The Washington Commanders were visitors to Raymond James Stadium tonight, but they left the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Stadium as history-bucking victors as Washington gets its first playoff win since 2005. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
Most of us think treasures is something to found in chests, but one Toledo, Ohio man found his own under rubble and bricks in his own basement. WTOL-TV's Steve Iwanek has that story.
What started as a cleanup turned into a payout for Walter Castaneda. He bought the house on Payne Avenue in May for just $1,000 and found 10 times that in cash.
I just kind of felt like, whoa, like, huh. Because, you read about this stuff, but you never actually see it. And then when it's right there in front of you, it's kind of hard to process.
Most of the money was hidden in envelopes. But Castaneda says he found more under bricks from where a potbelly stove once was.
They were black, but you could just make out when I shined a light on it, like, 100, like in the corners.
The latest bill is dated with the year 1981. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics say if you factor in today's inflation, that 10 grand back then would be worth about $35,000 right now.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Power up for the new year. Happy 2025 from Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 4:07 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Hafa Adai, Guam, Johnny Atulai here, inviting you to tune in to Vet Talk Show every Wednesday from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the wave of conversation where Miss Bobby and I address veterans' concerns and benefits for you, only on Wave 105.1 FM.
Hey, what's going on, Guam? Dicey Dice here, and I'm inviting you to join me on Power 98 Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. all the way to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are covering anything and everything from entertainment, headlines. We are doing sports, giveaways, and more. And don't forget, the show is all being brought to you by Riga Royal Laguna Guam Resort, McDonald's. I'm loving it. Shouts out going out to Vitali's Italian Restaurant, Wise Owl Animal Hospital, Lotte Hotel, and Golf Espresso. Rolling with Dice in the middays, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock on Power 98 FM.
The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Sherwin-Williams is hiring inside and outside sales. Apply in person Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 671-646-8050 or email your resume to sw@pri-guam. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go, We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Inalahan, and this is in between the cemetery and the Inarahan pool. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña heading northbound if you are heading to the intersection in front of the Agana Boat Basin. Slow traffic on Route 1 to Mending north and southbound at the intersection that leads to Route 14 or near the ITC building. Slow traffic on Route 10A to Mending. This is at the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 to Mending north and southbound at the intersection that leads to Route 14 or near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 3 in Dededo if you're passing the GRMC Hospital heading to the intersection that leads to Route 1. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Tomorrow, Tuesday, January 14th to Friday, January 17th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Mending. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say, Hafa Adai, por favor. And I'd say, sad dispenser to gaigi kulor. She'd paint colors round the galaxies and more. I ran into this girl the night before. She gave away to light my world for just a moment. And who says song and how that do? I think I hope I know she loves me so. Mahaleng's on new Augusta, Augusta. Mahaleng's unu Augusta, Augusta. If I'm wondering when the light will come my way, when I wake up she's by my side to start my day. Thought I toast in Augusta.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. We wanted to make way for the Attorney General himself, Attorney General Doug Moylan, and paralegal Austin Fortuno. Austin, also congratulations, my friend, because you're in the Guam Youth Congress too. Yes. So I just wanted to make sure I congratulate you on that as well. The Guam Youth Congress, so very important to what we do here in Guam, and what you guys do is important. Always tracking what you guys do as well. Okay, so AG Moylan, I wanted to give you the opportunity to, because it's not very often that we get you in the studio, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of like give an informal like state of the island address, in a sense, before I start to ask you a couple questions that have been on my mind and then also the community's mind. Yeah, and
yes,
I'd give you the opportunity now.
Oh, Hafa Adai, Pauly, and to all your listeners out there, you know, we are the people of Guam. I am an attorney,
and elected by our people. So literally our client is the people of Guam, especially those voters that took the time to select an attorney to provide legal representation. The AG's office deals with the crimes, as we all know. The last 2 years have been difficult. We've been dealing with the crime victims, but our other arm is the civil matters, both giving advice to the government, but also making sure they don't break the law.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of our statutes are set up that way for there's a check and balance. We know the public auditor is the one that audits, follow the money in
Sure.
all these government departments. There's a civil and a criminal consequence if the auditor finds wrongdoing. And then it gets sent over to the AG's office. And, putting together a team, we don't have enough lawyers on Guam. And I can clearly say this, I was the first elected AG, but when I took over as the 6th elected now AG, the office, the law firm, was nowhere close to the way a law firm should operate. We've been doing a lot of cleaning out in the past 2 years. I've got a good team like Austin and a lot of other people like Austin that are motivated, smart, loyal, and understand and are being trainable to what it means to be in a law firm. And I think that I'm beginning to say that more often to people, to let them know we're not Parks and Rec. I'm not the governor's office. We're dealing with very serious matters. People go to jail. Crime victims, especially, people get hurt. And when the police discover the body or the victim or the woman that's beat up, the child that's victimized, the next step is they need to go to the AG's office, because nothing goes to the courts unless the People's Attorney General's office and our prosecutors look over the paperwork and they decide to file. That's the beginning of the criminal justice system, when the court sees the filing and puts a case number on it.
Right.
So the infrastructure to what has brought us to this point in time in our community, and all these issues you're seeing flying around on the newspaper. My grandmother used to tell me that Moylan's sell newspapers, and I just kind of like, what?
Yeah, they do.
And
Literally.
I came from my grandfather, Scotty Moylan, back in the 1950s when he came to Guam.
Okay.
We have all these
Well,
stories.
now it's literal, because you do sell the PDN.
Well, yes, especially my cousin Kaleo, talk about nepotism, right? And he doesn't give me any other treatment than everybody else. So I give my cousin Kaleo a shout out and a compliments, because the people need to hear the truth.
Sure.
They need to good or bad. And I've always been controversial, but at least give me my ability to explain ourselves, to explain the position.
Well, the billboards, because I'm looking at one right now.
Right.
Because you've shared with me on the record before that, of course, it makes people uncomfortable.
Meant to.
Yeah, meant to
Right.
make people uncomfortable.
It's exactly. That's our
Okay.
standard. And I had Austin kind of prepare that.
Yeah.
Since I've taken office, billboards, first of all, I don't know if Guam is used to it because, politics, political season, and la-di-da. But in the States, you drive anywhere in the States. You're driving in that freeway, and then you see this big billboard that has, whatever statement, but you see often the law enforcers, the police officers, the district attorneys, they use billboards. This is common American culture. If you want to catch people's attention, put something up so that they can see it. And in my opinion, I got Austin and all my younger employees in the office. They grew up in the social media generation. I grew up when they were still doing dial-up. I was lucky that it was the 90s. I remember having no internet. Then I remember, CDs was the thing, music CDs. And then it went into the no internet, then the internet. The billboard is still the most visible medium that everybody sees. Whether you like it or not, whether you're living in the matrix or not, you got to get in that car every once in a while and drive our roads. That is what it is. But it's a messaging platform. And it's important for us because my client, the people that are driving those cars out there, they need to see what I'm seeing in the AG's office. It's not pretty. And what I took over and what we're experiencing on Guam, the meth problem is the core of many of our hardships and many of our lack of quality of life of what's going on here. We got this whole homeless poverty thing going on, the social service communists versus the capitalists, the rest of us that have to go to work in order to earn a living, to pay for the social workers, to pay for those homeless when they're being given all these benefits, while the rest of us are just kind of looking at them. And, we see it, and I often hear it. You go to Payless or any of these grocery stores, American Grocery, and you're there on a Wednesday, right? So you're there kind of like, picking and choosing, what can I afford, how much did I bring in this week? Then you see a person on the other side that's just throwing all the food in there, buying up all the orange juice. A pet peeve. They wipe the orange juice out because they get the benefits. I get it. In our culture, in our nation, the safety net. We don't want to see people defecating on the side of the roads or living in homeless encampments. So this is that whole conversation. Half of my day today, I was, responding to the medias, because pushback. And quite frankly, look at the billboard. You know, if you this is our current billboard.
Are we getting it? Is it on the screen? Okay, let me move here. I'll move. There you go.
Yeah. So
okay.
This is the billboard that we put up. It's a panhandler. It's an anti-panhandler type billboard because we're getting people that are treating our laws like a scofflaw. They're just going out in the middle of the intersections, endangering everybody in the intersection, and then panhandling. So we decided to do an effort because we are law enforcement. We are police officers in that AG's office. I've got my criminal investigators. We're going to ticket them. And we're going to ticket them and have them go to the court and explain why they're breaking Guam law, because it's unacceptable. The breakdown of society occurs when people start, in your face, breaking the law. So we had this billboard that came out, and it was in 3 locations. Interestingly, first I get a letter from the Guam Homeless Coalition. I'm told by the governor's office that's not the governor's,
yeah, it's a coalition of different agencies,
that has all the
nonprofits,
same brand names of the governor. And
they
all
don't
her,
even have an office. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the personalities are associated with the governor.
Okay.
So whatever, okay? You get these people that are giving a socialistic approach to life. And that's why I had my team put together.
Yeah, because somebody
within 2 days
did graffiti, right?
Within 2 days of the
painted
billboard
that on.
being put up, they put it wasn't just a tag that a gang would put. They put a political statement, and this political statement is socialistic, communistic in its comment. Housing is a human right. I'm sorry, when I went to law school, that wasn't in any of our constitutional law courses or any course. And for a land of opportunity, which is the United States of America, you earn money and you become well off or the common person by just working. And that, you hear Trump saying that, we want your immigrants, but we want your best, the best and the brightest, so that our quality of life goes up with theirs. So when I saw that, I says, don't take it off. I could have easily have taken it off on that Sunday morning that was done, put gas on it. Very simpleton, whoever did that. But the message that they conveyed, this was not a gang that did this. It was somebody that had a vested interest in seeing that the social service providers and the poor were advocated for. And when it says housing is a human right, that's not anywhere in the Constitution. That's not anywhere in our laws. The only time that you get a benefit from the government is when the senators and the congressmen decide. So this is
with Section 8 and GURA.
Right, and it's all by virtue of the fiat of our people. This idea that the Great Depression of 1929, we saw what that did to the community, regular, rich people, but the middle class was pushed into poverty because of a financial collapse. That's why the government needs to come in every once in a while in order to provide a plan so that we don't collapse as a nation. You don't see that normally in a capitalist society. In the communist societies and the socialists, they're just on the verge of it. You cut off their trade, and they start going down, and then revolution starts. That's the whole nature of socialism, communism. So this is the type of response that we got from the putting up the billboards. They proved my point perfectly that the image on there, the pan buster image that we're about ready to ticket everybody in those panhandlers in those intersections. Somebody tagged the billboard with a political statement, socialist, commies, the communist statement that was put on it. So everybody that's now driving through the intersections, it was at Paseo and at the Dead Overpass, is now seeing this. You've got an AG that's doing the job.
Because the other one says the AG hates poor people, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It actually, yeah. So we also have that one.
Yeah.
So when you have
Moylan hates poor people.
Right. So you have the statement that Moylan hates poor, and then one of the media didn't understand what
PPL.
That's a higher level of graffiti there.
He didn't. They didn't have enough space.
Yeah, they apparently didn't do their proper.
Understood.
The centering, but the point is, class warfare. This is the type of bad discussions that you get in our community when you're trying to pit a class of people against another class of people. And that's why it's important that people see this. You have to figure out, are you a law-abiding American, or are you a commie that wants everything handed out? What the communists do is they take the wealth from the people that earn it, and then they redistribute it to everybody under this utopian idea, the Marxist idea that we should all be equal.
Sure.
Only
same haircuts.
Right.
Same furniture in our
same
house.
Homes you live in, the same apartments. But the problem with that system, time has shown they collapse. They never work. The utopian society has never worked in our human history because man is naturally towards that idea. You work more, you get more, and don't give it away. The problem, too, with the communist societies is they eventually take all those resources that everybody's, quote-unquote, working for, and they focus it on themselves, a select group of small people. That's the like the Maduro regime in Venezuela that's going on. The Chinese, for that matter, the Communist National Party, all the resources are focused upon the Politburo. If you're connected enough to be part of that communist group, they get all the resources. They go flying off to Switzerland and all the parts of the world, while everybody else is having to work for it. But this is the realistic side of government. Now, social workers have an important place in our society. We need them in order to help the people that are truly poor. And that's why when I'm hearing stuff like, oh, there's these people are poor at the intersections, who told you that they're poor? You know, Guam Homeless Coalition, get in your nice vans that are, if they're a nonprofit, that are federally tax-free and all your money you're getting, get in those nice vans, get out of your air-conditioned office, and go to those intersections and ask them to get into it. Then take them to the governor's office in her beautiful conference room, which is the people's governor's office, and start filling out, Governor, your public health people, bring all the forms down. Mental health, you bring your specialist down there if these people are actually mentally ill and take care of them. And get Department of Labor down there. Get them a job opportunity. Like I said before, I respect the person that's on the side of the road with a sign that says, "We'll work for food." That is the most capitalistic, it's dignity. You know, work brings dignity. And that's the person that, from Attorney General, and I represent our community, I have compassion on behalf of our people, for people like that.
Well, you recognize the Act 2013, right? You recognize that technically they legalized panhandling, but they had to follow all of these rules and regulations to panhandle.
Except in the intersections.
Yeah.
The intersection, in the medians, that's all we're seeing right now. And Harmon has all different variations of it.
Right.
But they are clearly breaking the law. There's no exception. And if you're on the sidewalk...
Because they're not wearing the reflector.
No.
They're not putting the cones.
You can't be in the middle
at all.
At all. The ones on the side is exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Is that there is an exception for the sidewalk ones, and then like when fire department or some of these government departments want to go out and do that, they've made exceptions for it.
Right.
Mine is not to question the infinite wisdom of why the senators did all these little exceptions, but mine is to make sure the enforcement is there. I cannot, as an attorney general, in good faith, be allowing these people to break the law when everybody else is held to it. But more importantly, practical side, every man, woman, and child in that intersection that's in a car, let alone the panhandler, is in a dangerous situation when they're distracted. You can't use your cell phone, you can't use your phone in the car, and la-di-da.
Right.
Distracted driving. When that light is turning yellow or that light is turning green, red, whatever, and you got a panhandler that you're looking to the side of not to hit, and then you take your car with your kids in the back and get waylaid right in the middle of an intersection, that's the type. Let alone running over the panhandler. One run over tire, those guys are gone. Anyone that gets run over by a car is usually not going to survive. Yeah. So go under the tire, and that's the type of reasoning. And by the way, look at the beginning of the panhandle law. The legislature spent at least, I think, 2 or 3 paragraphs on why it was important that this law be passed. I get it. It's not your common man type of, hey, you're being mean to everybody, you're being a nasty guy, and la-di-da. Or I get this, hey, you live in an ivory tower, you're rich. I'm not the rich Moylan's, just for the public to know. My mom and dad worked. I had to go on scholarships to get to Notre Dame. For the law school, I was on a UOG scholarship, and it was a Protect scholarship that I was on. So I worked for my living. I went through hell going through law school, and that's my life. So this whole thing about this class warfare stuff, I don't have to justify it because the legislature and our people's senators passed it.
I think what's most important, the majority of the community just want to know, well, what's the solution? And you share some of those solutions in Tent City.
Well, exactly. But even before that, when I first came into office in February of 2023, I contacted the Mayor's Council of Guam and the Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. We put together an effective team that dealt with, in that case, the Dededo Micronesia Mall encampment. It was well covered by the medias and so forth. But it wasn't just to get them out of there, which we did do, by the way.
Yeah, you provided wraparound services.
Exactly, and that's what they called it. And it was Lieutenant Governor, along with the mayors, Mayor Savares and Mayor Benavente at the time, Vice Mayor Benavente. We had the Dededo flea market, and they were all lined up.
Yep.
And it was beautiful. This is the way that you help people. if they want the help. Okay, so
Yeah, because there were some people that didn't get on the bus.
right. Well, they got out of there before because we were announcing it.
Yeah.
Those are usually the people, and we saw it because we were watching that encampment before we came in. They had arrest warrants. They had meth pipes. This is what the homeless encampments attract. But is it something that you want in your neighborhood? No. Is it something you want your kids to see? No. Is it something? We even had the investigators go out there to first locate if there was any children. Because we knew that when we started the operation, we didn't want any kids around there. Plus, if there were kids, we needed to get CPS involved. There's no bathroom. There's no. There's nothing in the jungle. You're basically, el natural, and they were living in these abandoned cars. The whole place was a junk place. And Vince Areola at the time, with the lieutenant governor's instructions, brought his dump trucks down there, and we had the backhoes. We picked up all those abandoned vehicles, all the junk that was over there. After we approached each one of the homeless and says, what is your property that you want to take with you? We had it put into storage areas.
Yeah.
We had Mayor Benavente, I still remember, we have all the photos, came up with his trailer, and we put all the property in the back, and the lady wanted to go to a home that one of her relatives and stuff. The other one had another family member that was going to. These people have been pushed aside for the most side by their families, because especially the meth addicts. Nobody wants the meth addicts once they're addicted. They're a danger to everybody. They steal everything in the house. All these cars that the cops are pulling over, license plates, fraudulent license plate, and cars that are unregistered and not owned by the person.
Right.
Because the meth addicts are using it as collateral to get their meth. They take their mom's car, and we've already had several cases like that. Mom thinks that this is like her boy, so she lets them use the car. Then the car is gone because some other a meth dealer has the car now because the son couldn't pay for the drugs, so he gives his mom's car as collateral. That's the type of cases we're getting in the AG's office. We're seeing it. It's a deterioration of our community at the fundamental levels, from religion to how kids are not having parents, the meth addict parents, the family court that nobody gets to see about, the travesties that you see where young children have no parent. They go to school, haven't eaten for days, can't even think right because their parents are on meth, haven't showed up. 2 weeks ago, actually a month ago, 30 days ago, I get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning. The officer says they got the child that was walking 2 blocks down the house. This is a 5-year-old. CPS was called in, and it looked like that was a meth house. So this is what it's happened. It's tearing apart our relatives, our family, our friends. And this is where it goes back to whose responsibility is this? It's the governor of Guam. The governor of Guam is responsible for all these wraparound services that you're talking about. The Attorney General is here to help them process the legal requirements of everything and to get it done. That's my Get It Done team. We go in there. We don't like excuses. We find the way around it, and we get it done. By the way, the problem with the governor right now is she shut us down after the February-March homeless encampment.
So you didn't have anything to do with the encampment, closing the encampment over at Turtle Cove? Because
No.
I know they did that one.
No.
So
not
your
aware of it.
office wasn't okay.
That we were not keyed in on that one. But every mayor in the meetings that we had a encampment that they wanted to have addressed, and that was the whole purpose of the team was to. And now we've come to this idea to take all the encampments and open up a tent city, but not full service type thing where they're going to be 24/7 services. Only for the evening. Take the model of the Great Depression of the United States, the soup kitchen on steroids type thing. Take them in, feed them, have them a place to clean, shave, shower, clothes washed up, and then in the morning, let them go out.
And you're going to be using the Dignity Project funding for that tent city?
No, we have already that online. It's out for bid. It's only for 20 beds, though.
Oh,
so it's going to
okay.
be a recurring, every day there's going to be a new group that's going to be vetted through the mayors, and we have a whole procedure for that. But that's just the model. If they're asking for a solution for these homeless encampments, you need to centralize all of them, bring them down, and as I said, get the mental health people in there, get the welfare assistance, immediate welfare assistance people in there, and then get the day labor. I'm not talking about a nice, cushy government job.
Right.
I'm talking about there's a contractor that needs help this day. Put him like Home Depot in the States, Seattle. I would watch in the morning at 6 o'clock that pickup truck pulls up, and then a bunch of guys jump in the back of it. They need 5 guys. They take them to the job site. They pay them $100, $150, whatever the amount.
That's like a whole nother issue, though, because don't bring up ICE when it comes to those.
Well, Well, it's a very harsh statement.
Yeah.
But if a meth addict wants to
No,
kill,
not ICE. That ICE. I'm talking about the people that are
Oh yeah.
trying
Well,
to
yeah. Those
check
are the,
if they're immigrant,
Right.
Here illegally or not.
Right.
Yeah.
You say that and everybody runs.
Yeah.
But my point is that the same model can be used on Guam. If you're
Mm.
talking homeless people, if you're talking people that are actually down on their luck and want to work,
Yeah.
then give them the opportunity,
Right.
Governor of Guam. Get your Department of Labor cabinet members and come down there and let's work the solution.
Mm.
I'm there to help them, and we will help them. There's a lot of authority. We are the government. The governor is the governor, the
Right.
chief executive.
Is the tent city a vision, or is that very realistic?
It can
and
be done.
Can
You
be
look
done?
in the States. You
Yeah.
look at what happened when the Theodore Roosevelt came in here with
Right.
COVID-19. They had 2,000 sailors that were infected. Naval Hospital was nowhere close to taking. They only had 36 beds or 37.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
used an open field, put the military tents up, which are very, very nicely equipped and stuff,
Mhm.
and then you do the help that they need. This is the same model. You can have security up there, purely voluntary. Have them come in, but break that encampment up and clear it out. They either move out of there, or the DPW comes in with the
Right.
backhoe and
Right.
removes it. A lot of them are the abandoned vehicles.
Are
That's-
you aware of that encampment? I showed you the video. Is that private property?
It didn't look like to me. The one that you sent to me was shocking because, first of all, I think the guy that was videoing it was from Elf Island. So he was treating it like he was it was Donald Trump showing his house, right?
Right.
It was shocking to see the normalcy in
Right.
which that person was going around showing them, oh, this is where we have this. What was really, elephant in the room type stuff, second level, was when he was talking about the pigs. You got a trash heap that probably had fecal matter and the smell of fecal matter all over the place. And she's saying, oh, this is where the pigs come at about 3 o'clock. And then they do the video showing the pigs as they're starting to come in at 3 o'clock. It was, do you want your kids, and is this what we've become as a Chamorro people for the indigenous, and as a Guamanian people for all the people that have become part of our island? No. This is
Right.
not what I went to school for. This is not what I was trained for. And I don't think this is what the people of Guam want. So it's up to us, Governor, myself, all the elected leaders to come together and not create these stupid task forces. I hate task forces because they're a bunch of bureaucrats. You get the actual elected leader that was shaking everybody's hand during the election, promising them the world to do what they promised. And that is what I do in the Attorney General's office. Everybody in my office is keyed into, you better do this if you want to remain in our office, because it's not easy to work for me, okay? It's very clear. But what I'm asking from my team is to produce and create options. As an attorney, we are uniquely situated because we're trained in the law, civil and criminal. We can give options to the governor, to all her cabinet members. We want to give options. So that's the attitude in which we come in. We want to help. We want to change this culture of homelessness and poor that we have on Guam. The Guam, you talk to our ancestors, they never believed in this. This is not the stories and traditions of the Chamorro people I lived in a homeless encampment and I got, $20,000 in welfare benefits. That should be a shame.
Oh, yeah. We have a word for that, right? Mamalau.
Yeah, mamalau, but also tamamalau, right? It's like, you should be ashamed of yourself to even be in that situation. We're losing of self-value. And this is where the social workers need to wake up. Look at these people. They shouldn't find it normal. And if they think they're going to game our system, they're up for a rude awakening, because that benefit is taking away from your kids' education, your health care as you get older, to go to a hospital that can't have a cardiologist there or has the ceiling falling down on you when you're in emergency. Or look at DOC, falling apart. What is this thing about releasing prisoners? Are you guys kidding me? This is that same homeless, poor mentality. This is where you start getting anarchy. When you release the prisoners that were put there for a reason, just because you can't manage a prison, Governor, that is the problem. You are the problem.
You provided a solution to Director Fred Bordalio. Is that still something you're working on? Butlerton.
Exactly.
On the property.
Right. You can put them up within 6 months. We surveyed the property. They have huge amounts of space there. I know they have their long-term plan, like the governor's long-term hospital, but if you can't do it, and you're talking about AG's office doing our jobs, juries convicting, and crime victims being protected and putting them at DOC, build a bigger prison. Don't talk to me about releasing people, because that just pisses me off. Is that all the hard work and us dealing with those crime victims that were victimized will never see their money again that was taken from them, will never be able to recover from the victimization, the pedophiles out there. Let's talk about advocating for them, all the social workers out there. Because part of those people in those homeless encampments are criminals. Whether they chose or whether the life put them there, you've got a whole makeup of all different types in these homeless encampments. And it's up to us as government officials to stop it, to break them up, to get those bulldozers or the backhoes in there, take them out. Take those cars that they're living in, that are cesspools of malaria or whatever else, hepatitis that's going on in those areas. Clean it out so they can't get back. And that's what we did in Dededo. That concrete structure, I had it boarded up so they couldn't use it again. You literally had a mattress in that concrete structure, like in that video that you're talking about.
Yeah.
They had it's an attraction. It's an attractive nuisance for all the homeless. It's a focal point, but it's dangerous, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is the. You don't think
that's the reason why I showed it to you, because it's alarming.
It's alarming. It was shocking when I looked at it, and I just shook my head.
Like, this can't be normalized.
Yeah, and then the videographer that was doing it was like complimenting her. I'm going, are you kidding me? Why doesn't Guam, somebody call Guam Homeless Coalition, get their van and help those people? You know, that's the mentality we need to have. And if you can't, then work with the Attorney General, call up the governor. Governor, you need to do something. And I'm not talking about building some 6-month to 1 year refurbishing an apartment building. Get down there and do an immediate plan. That's what I'm saying. The military, when they saw that aircraft carrier come in here, it wasn't about, let's think about building a bigger hospital. No, it was get those tents out, set it up, and deal with the problem. That's what we need from our leaders right now.
Speaking of hospital, did everything going through with the district court? Do we have an update?
No, the lawsuit is filed.
The lawsuit's
We're
filed.
going through the normal process. The governor will answer along with GURA on the multiple violations of Guam law that my team of lawyers identified.
Are we still gambling with the $100 million?
Let's put it this way. December 31 was the cutoff to spend it legally. We warned her. We asked her. I asked her.
Yeah,
let's
you
meet.
redirect it.
We just redirect it. You know, if we want to talk about, again, redirecting after, but meet the threshold of a lawful transfer on December 31. This is why I say it has the underpinnings of a recall. If we lose that $100 million, if we're correct, and I shudder at the thought that we are correct and that the remedy is to give it back to Congress with a Trump administration that is looking for every dollar to get back into the Congress and the American coffers. They're trying to cut wherever they can. When they see $100 million, that's not at all chump change or whatever. So we will argue as an Attorney General's office that the money should go back to the governor to program correctly. But if the federal court says no, you use it right or you lose it, whoever did that to us as a community, and I'm already advocating for the senators, have your oversight hearing on GURA, and if it's true, what everybody believes and what we believe it is, recall all of them. The senators, all they have to do is raise their hands and they can remove that board. Teach them a lesson. Then take away their ability to take your property. This is scary when a board, a non-elected board, can get together, and by the way, they violate the open government law.
Yeah, I saw
and then
it
take your property.
because you made the argument that they did not give us more detailed information on what that meeting was going to say, because it does not mention anything about a hospital being built there or using monies to purchase a government-funded hospital. It only talks about I forget the line, but it's very vague.
Right, because of the back then Senators Barrett Anderson and Senator Joanne Brown were advocates of the open government law, so that we as a people know how our taxpayers are being spent. It has certain requirements. It went up to the Supreme Court on a case that was similar to what occurred. Interestingly, Dr. Joseph was the one that had brought that case, and it was clear in our analysis that they violated on 2 meetings, the one in I believe May and in November, they violated the open government law. Well, the law says that if you violate it, it's void. Understandably and properly, everything you've done there is void.
Right.
So that's the first red flag. If the district court finds that those transfers of the money to them were void, ab initio, they were void, what happens to the money? Well, they didn't use the 1231 cutoff to fix anything. So, that's where we're at right now. We're doing that type of
Understood.
legal analysis.
The other one too is attorney Tom Fisher was hosting a show, and he had Mr. Eveluk on, and who is the president of the Chukis Association of Guam. And so attorney Fisher had mentioned the billboard, the Deport Air
right.
billboard, and said that you have to be careful because it's this like racist.
Well, that's how they like to say it, right?
Racist.
But you tell me what it means to be a United States citizen.
Well, I was looking at what you were offering. It's a fair deal.
Yeah. Well, okay, we have different versions of it that were going on. There's actually 4 different programs for the Deport Air. The
Okay.
pre-trial and then the post-trial. In that Deport Air one that you saw, there were, I believe it was 40 individuals at DOC that actually had already gone through trial, had been convicted of a crime, and were spending time up there. ICE had already put a detainer, which means basically once you've served your time, you step out of that prison, they have a van waiting for you there, put you in handcuffs, and then ship you back to
And you're
your country
free.
of origin. Yes, and but they have already served their time. But in our case, what we compare it to what Governor Calvo did. As the governor of Guam, he had the ability to get them out of there earlier by commuting their sentence, which means you're free because all the punishment
Right.
has been commuted. Get them out of the prison, and ICE puts them in handcuffs and takes them back to wherever they came from. Now, be careful. They say that it's FSM. No, there's Filipinos in there. There's all different nations. The critical point is, are you a United States citizen or not? Okay? So, again, we're targeting it. I think we had about a dozen. The numbers are going up. We had 66 that we've deported since I've been in office with the help of, obviously, of ICE. That's the best way because they pay for the ticket, and they mark it in the computer systems. So if they try to reapply or get back in, it's a federal crime to try that type of behavior. For us, we have not only the ones that are ICE deportable, but the non-ICE deportable. And what we do, if it's like pretrial, we give them an offer. You plead up to everything. We got one that we just signed off on yesterday, 5 life sentences for a pedophile, that you will go back to the Philippines and you will never come back, or there will be an arrest warrant, because what we do is we get the local judges to sign off on an arrest warrant. What happens is it tags the computer system. So it may not be a federal crime, but it will be, and it will show up throughout the entire United States. So some jurisdiction, just say North Carolina, calls us up and says, we're holding a guy that had a bench warrant that was from Guam.
Right.
What do you want done with him? So this is where we say, okay, we'll pay for him, bring him back to Guam, take him before a judge, and you're going to be spending 5 life sentences in the Department of Corrections. Stuff like that. That's how we're working the AG's office. But, Pauly, this goes back to that idea that you learn in civics, in government, in elementary school, in high school. To be a United States citizen has rights. You have the right not to be accosted, to be a crime victim. You have that right. You have the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property, all those things that we enjoy. Non-U.S. citizens do not. You are here by the good grace of Congress or, whatever the immigration law is at the time. You violate that, and you need to get out of here. You hurt one of us American citizens, you need to get out of here. And what do you think they're going to do to us if we're over there? Look at what Singapore did recently with an American citizen that was caught with marijuana. They executed him. This is what nations and why you have governments and armies and military. When you come into our borders, when you come into Guam, we need to show them respect and have them show us respect. And when you disrespect us, you have an attorney general that will get your ass out of Guam and use everything possible to do it. I don't care who it is out there that's standing in our way. The United States Constitution rises above every law that we have. And one of that is to be protected and to enjoy our lives as American citizens. The quality of life argument, right?
Sure.
So luckily, everybody in the government that I'm working with is working well with us. We love the judiciary, the Guam judiciary. They're approving these ways of getting these people out of Guam, delivering them to ICE quicker, free up our beds at DOC, one of the solutions, reduce the numbers so that we can put in more of the criminals into the Department of Corrections to protect the crime victims. We're not about punishing people, we're about protecting people. You, me, and everybody else that follows the law, pays our taxes, wants to live a good life, wants their kids to go to good schools, wants their kids to become good people.
Right.
You need that you need the homeless and the poor taken care of, not being in your neighbor next door in an encampment. That's the type of life that I want to restore to our community. We've fallen off track in our community on what is right and wrong and what is acceptable and unacceptable. The culture of homelessness cannot be acceptable, period.
Understood. I think the last one, unless you've got others, you're concerned about the containers coming in and
Absolutely.
that we need to
Pauly,
inspect them
it's
100%.
Full circle. Meth has destroyed almost every part of the fabric of the Chamorro culture, but every other culture on Guam. Once a person becomes a meth addict, they know, and you can talk to the professionals about this, it changes the brain. You talk to the dentist, you talk to the doctors. Not only does it change you mentally, you start losing your teeth, your organs start to fail. Dr. Nine, in 2023 report,
I saw
1
it.
in 17 persons on his table that were being autopsied had meth in their system. That's shocking. 1 in 17. And he found it shocking. That's how bad meth is. And who's the death dealers out there? The people that are getting the meth through, and it's got to be the port. I'm telling you, if Postal Service in 2024 can detect 185 pounds and the port is only coming up with half a pound, give me a break. And then the containers, the seals were tampered with. 150 a month, Pauly. That is a crime scene at the Port Authority of Guam right now.
Director Ike Pareto mentioned that it's more like 8 because
No,
he's saying
no.
Okay.
They've distorted it. It's actually broken
Okay.
is 8, but tampered with is 150. That means that when California or Hawaii take a container and then seal it, and
Right.
the custom rules put the seal on it that cannot be broken, the numbers aren't matching.
Right.
You think we're stupid? You know what I mean? It's just, and for Ike Pareto to say that, who's he defending? He should be out there with me, shoulder to shoulder, all law enforcement on Guam, all the police officers that have to pull over all those cars at night that are swerving in the road because the guy's meth addicted or dancing in the middle of the road when he gets out of the car. You know, we have to stop playing a defensive game. We need to go after, and this is an island. There's only so many ways you can get stuff here, guys. You know, the Pacific Ocean is our friend. They're coming through those containers at the port. 100% check. I don't care. And this thing that the governor was going, it's going to take 4 hours. It's not going to take 4 hours. First of all, they have a procedure. You follow that container up to the unloading point, and you just have your dog waiting for there as they're unloading it. But the more accepted way, where's your X-ray machine? Port Authority of Guam, you're always bragging about how much money and what a great job you guys are doing with all this excess revenue. Buy yourselves an X-ray machine. They have a portable one that Customs doesn't use very much. Full X-ray. You watch the programming on cable, right? They have they set up the Mexican border, and there's some guy in the little facility with all the monitors looking at the container and the rig as it's going from the Mexican border into the United States, and then detecting, because the X-rays will detect the concentration of the coloring, right? We don't need to check the rigs because they're already on Guam. We need to check those containers. Look at the cement truck that somebody up at the port did a full whistleblower investigation and provided it to us. Look at our website under the release we did within the past, I think, the month. 100-page report. Read it. And for any law enforcement official, including our governor, by the way, to question it, to slow walk it, to give excuses, I, as an attorney general, want to know, is somebody paying you? Are you receiving some of the money that's being laundered? Because you know when the drug addicts get the money or the drug dealers get the money, they need to launder all that money. So how are they getting all that money back? We know that it's coming in, and it's coming in mass quantities because not only are we seeing it in the courts. In November, half of the cases we filed were meth. Of the 88, about 44 were all meth related. And that's the ones that actually had possession. When you look at the records on some of these other ones where they were found burglarizing a house where there's no meth found on them, they got a rap sheet of meth. So it's just kind of like the Valentine's Day murder, the Korean tourist murder, all meth related. Quite frankly, I think there's 8 murders in 2024, 8 or 9. 7 or 8 of them are all meth related in the police reports. That's the type of, we need to shut that port down for no inspection. Full 100% inspections, and that saves lives. At the end of the day, that saves our lives, that saves our culture, that saves our homeless encampments. You can fix a person that needs money with giving them the fishing pole, the job, the ability, incentives. Meth addicts, you talk to any of those social service providers, those rehab areas, it's worse than alcohol, heroin, cocaine. When you're on meth, it was a drug designed by the Germans during the Battle of the Bulge. It was called Prevatin. And it was designed, and they found the German army, they wanted to create the super soldier,
Yep.
right? They found that the guys that they were giving meth to were becoming addicts. And it was reformatting their brain where they're like a rat. All they wanted to do was get more meth. And that's what we're facing as a culture right now. Again, you talk to any family member. In my family, I think there's been 3 people that have died because of meth. It's ravishing everybody's families right now. And that's what the homeless encampments, that's what we found. The family, and they're good family names. Chamorros, they're pushed out of their homes and made homeless because the meth.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. I really respect the fact that you made time to come in and speak with us.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. If there's anything else, obviously you're sending a lot of information, and we'll continue to share that. I know I will.
Thank you, Pauly.
Is there anything else that you wanted to push out to our community, to our audience?
Well, you know, we're a law firm
Okay.
at the AG's office, and we're here to serve our public. We're given a fixed budget. I get it done with the money that they give us. I'm assuming that it's hard to fund all the government, but I don't like excuses in the AG's office. That's the standard I have with my attorneys. We're bringing attorneys in from off-island. There's not enough attorneys on Guam. The office is political because it's elected, but at the same time, as attorneys, it's at a higher level of performance.
Well, can you share, because other attorneys have called into the show and said, we're not short of attorneys. We're short of attorneys that want to work for you.
No, that's bullshit. You look at them.
Can't say that on the air.
You look at them and ask, are they a defense attorney?
Okay.
What do they have to gain? When you get the Guam Supreme Court, when you get the panel of indigent attorneys that is no longer in existence because there's not enough attorneys, and that everybody in the Guam bar in the private sector is being given court appointments. When you have a Supreme Court that has made a statement in its promulgation orders that because there's not sufficient attorneys, they need to give it all to the private sector for these court appointments, the indigent.
Right.
When the rate has gone up as well for the attorneys, their payment in order to better compensate them to do the indigent work. And then the clearest message was increasing the off-island licensing from 5 years to 8 years. It's laughable to me to say that anyone that tells you isn't an attorney or has a motive for saying that. Again, this is a political office. There's guys that are advertising out there that want my job right now, and one of them that didn't get the hint when the election certification came down. I'm here to serve for 4 years. I am a temporary employee. Get out of my way. Let me protect my client, the people. Let me protect the crime victims. And that's my message to those attorneys out there. Join us, help our community, make it stronger. Join me as the Attorney General. Come join my office and work for me as a loyal prosecutor, attorney for our people, or get out of my way. Because this is my second term as Attorney General. I've already been through all this stuff. And right now, the community is worse off than it was 17 years ago when I left. So, we need to all work together.
Absolutely.
But we need to identify the cause and the problems and who's standing in the way and why they're standing in the way.
Understood. Are you running? Will you be running in 2 years?
This is, it's like, have I earned your vote? That's the type of questions that should be asked. I'm still doing my work.
Okay.
I'm still looking at 2022 when I was out there offering my services to this 4-year job. I don't like those questions because I have not finished my service to the public.
Understood.
If I choose to run again, usually you wait till the final year and then you start the deadlines with the Election Commission. It was an honor to have been the first elected Attorney General. I was the youngest, 36-year-old at the time. I learned a lot. I am now the 6th elected Attorney General. Again, it's a complete honor for me, and that's why it's so. You hear me talking like this because I am a monomaniac AG to make sure that I fulfill my promises that the people gave me to serve them again. And anyone that's, again, I say it, anyone that stands in the way, either in the office or out of the office, we will do our job and we will fulfill our promises. No questions asked. I don't like excuses. I wasn't raised that way. And I see so much opportunity to improve our quality of life here. Look at the homeless. It's easy. Just don't start with this idea that we're going to coddle them and keep them there. Take them out of that situation. Let the public know you do this homeless encampment, and either you're going to work to better yourself or if you're violating the law will come down. Like the panhandlers. Either stop doing it, or we're going to give you those tickets, and you're going to go down to see a judge. And if you don't show up, the judge is going to issue a bench warrant. And by the way, all those social media people that are saying, oh, you shouldn't be doing this to people that can't pay for their ticket. Give me a break. That's not why you get arrested. You get arrested, a bench warrant, because you don't show up for the court hearing, and then the judge issues an order to show cause, and when you don't show up for the next hearing, then he issues a bench warrant. So when you get caught, you get taken down and locked up for a while until the judge sees you. We don't arrest people for not paying the ticket. Speeding tickets, same thing. If the guy can't pay for it, the judge works out a payment plan, says pay $10 a week, whatever, or community service. Give me a break. That's what this whole panhandling thing is. But you make our lives difficult by having us go out there. We will take you into the criminal justice system, i.e. the Mickey Mouse traffic tickets, and then let you deal with the judge. We'll give you a date in court for you to explain to the judge why you think you can panhandle and the rest of us can't.
Right. Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Attorney General. I appreciate this time. Appreciate, Austin, you coming in as well. And then, like I said, we'll continue to track the work that you're doing and share that with our community. And if there's another opportunity to get you on the radio, please do so.
Anytime, Pauly.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. It is 5 o'clock on the dot. We are going to take that break. We are KGUM FM in Hagåtña, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. Forecasters say more high winds are expected around Los Angeles, where firefighters are still struggling against wildfires that have devastated neighborhood after neighborhood. Correspondent Lilia Luciano says there are concerns about what the future holds for so many people now without homes, businesses, or jobs.
California has already had for many years a housing crisis, which makes the cost of living incredibly high, especially in a city like Los Angeles. And with a short supply, especially of affordable housing in the state, so there's concerns that landlords would, in a predatory way, take advantage of that.
CBS News Los Angeles' Laurie Perez talked to those who have seen the destruction.
People are devastated. We spoke with a woman here in Altadena whose entire community beyond her neighborhood is wiped out. And she said it feels like it's one big cemetery. Even my photographer and I, until we saw it with our own eyes, we could not really grasp how widespread it is.
The Los Angeles County Coroner says at least 24 people have died. FBI Director Christopher Wray is leaving his post early. He was appointed by President-elect Donald Trump during his first administration, but Wray is leaving because Trump has said he wants to change the leadership at the Bureau. In an interview with 60 Minutes, Wray says China is the greatest threat facing the U.S.
Things like water treatment plants. We're talking about transportation systems. We're talking about targeting of our energy sector, the electric grid, natural gas pipelines.
Confirmation hearings begin this week for Trump's picks to lead government agencies. Our Natalie Brand's on Capitol Hill taking a look at the soon-to-be nominees.
That includes Trump's controversial choice to lead the Department of Defense, former Fox News host Pete Hegseth, who's come under fire for allegations of sexual misconduct, excessive drinking, and financial mismanagement while leading a veterans advocacy group. Hegseth denies the accusations.
The NFL's wild card round wraps up Monday night. Sports reporter Erica Herskowitz with this preview.
The game moved to Arizona because of the wildfires in L.A. The Rams will be taking on the Vikings in an NFC wildcard game in Glendale. Rams head coach Sean McVay knows Minnesota will be ready.
It's going to be a great challenge, but it's NFL playoff football, so we're excited about it.
Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell is confident.
We're going to accept the challenge and go compete like crazy.
The Vikings suffered just 3 losses in the regular season, 1 to the Rams back in October. Erica Herskowitz for CBS News.
Hindu devotees are gathering for the Meha Kumbh festival in India. Nearly 400 million people, that is more than the population of the United States, are expected to participate in this. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WBTV's Jason Puckett is in Statesville, North Carolina, where snow is still the big story.
Easiest question, how's the snow day so far?
Good.
What's your favorite part?
Good sledding.
So we are just enjoying being outside and getting sunshine and playing in the snow. It's for the first time in like 3 years, and the kids have been waiting every winter for it.
We really love snow because we get to build snowmen and we get to sled a bunch. Yeah!
It's going good. Get the kids let their energy get out and wear them out so they'll be ready to lay down later.
But keep in mind, all of this that is on the ground right now, when the temperatures drop, it's just going to turn into more ice. Lester Oliva with Mecklenburg EMS told us that medic crews are used to seeing lots of ice-related crashes in these types of storms.
People that go out, they feel confident, they see that it's only a little bit of ice, a little bit of snow, and they drive like it's a regular day. Those people run off the roads, fall into ditches, hit trees, hit the median.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KGUM-FM, Agutnya, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
Happy New Year from Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam.
Take a well-deserved break. Have a delicious oven-baked strawberry and cream pie at McDonald's today. Goes great with the McCafe iced coffee for a limited time only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And now for your local headlines being brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program will no longer be accepting applications for new applicants starting January 21st. According to a release by the Department of Administration, the program will stop services due to a depletion of funds for allocated rent, rental arrears, utilities, and utility arrears assistance related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Tenants who are currently eligible for financial relief assistance continuance applications may still submit their applications till March 31st. The program will process all eligible continuance cases, including outstanding payments and obligations, by April 30th. Landlords are encouraged to continue to provide accommodations for those who have exhausted their benefits under the program or whose income continues to be affected by changing economic circumstances. For more information and information about ERA's other services, tenants can call 671-638-4518 or 671-638-4519. In more news, the Department of Public Health and Social Services is issuing a warning to Guam's food establishments to cease the importation, distribution, selling, and serving of any unapproved food products from the Philippines that contain a food additive that the Food and Drug Administration considers unsafe. Public Health stated that products manufactured by Nutri Asia, which include brand sauces like Jufran and Mang Tamas, contain potassium iodate, which may be harmful to human health. While no reported injuries or illnesses have been reported by the use of those products, Public Health is advising the community to discard them or return them to the place of purchase. Public Health is already contacting vendors to stop selling those products and stated that vendors need to take immediate corrective action by taking them off their shelves. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
McDonald's is not new to chicken. So maybe stop questioning their chicken cred and get your hands on the McCrispy. Juicy fried chicken, buttery bun, unmatched pickle to chicken ratio. Yeah, they know what they're doing. In fact, we can honestly say they're not new to chicken, they're true to chicken. The McCrispy. Only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
There are so many reasons to say yes to priority banking from First Hawaiian Bank. There's the ATM rebates, the exclusive access, the discounts, the fee waivers. Honestly, I'd keep going, but I think I'm running out of time. To hear more, talk to a banker or go to fhb.com/priority. It feels good to go priority. Terms and conditions apply. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Good afternoon. It is 5:10 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Sherwin-Williams is hiring inside and outside sales. Apply in person Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 671-646-8050 or email your resume to sw@pri-guam.com. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Looks like traffic is not too bad at this hour, so I will be reading your traffic advisory for the week. Tomorrow, Tuesday, January 13th to Friday, January 17th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Maning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malef, this land is.
All right, welcome back, Biba Betnes. It's the Brightside right here on Wave 105. If you're tuned into our YouTube channel, then you can see the Guam guy, Farron Tyron, is here in our studio, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Otherwise, you're just going to hear him, but Always fun having to have a conversation with the Guam guy, because not only are you provide so much educational content, and you do it in such an entertaining way. And so in one of your latest Instagram reels, you posted an initiative which is pronounced Biba, but it's spelled Bybba, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the concept is bring your buddy back alive.
Yes.
Yeah, and so this is all about spearfishing, diving, right? And the importance of always just going out with a partner and making sure both you and your partner, your buddy, come back safely, right? From spearfishing, diving, free diving.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's definitely all of those things, and it's really a whole campaign. That's just the most biggest piece of it is, you know, having a buddy and staying together. But aside from that, I've outlined kind of 12 points of ways to be a safer diver, more particularly safer spearfisher. So by one friend's count, in the last couple of years, we've lost like 20 or so spearfishers. And it's been, you know, it's always sad to see that, especially as a professional freediver and as a newer spearfisher. I've been spearfishing for the past year, and I'm, you know, gone into the culture.
What got you into I mean, I thought you were spearfishing a whole lot longer than just a year. So what made you start something new?
Actually, this campaign. And
yeah.
So yeah, I'll tell you straight up, I always prefer meat over fish. Like, I love a good steak. I like chicken, like pork, fish. Some fish I can't handle. Like, if it's really fishy, like even salmon is too fishy for me.
Okay.
Right. But like deep fried parrotfish and finideni, ooh, yeah, that's
yes,
good, right?
Absolutely.
Coral trout, of course, the snappers. You know, there's some good fishes, and I've learned to eat fish, I guess, more recently in my life. But so I'm always preferring meat. I never really. Well, I guess there's two reasons. One is I just prefer meat over fish, and two, I was always. I guess this is super arrogant now that I'm saying this out loud. I don't know if I've said this out loud before, but, you know, I've always kind of, as an environmentalist, I'm always concerned, like, okay, with my freediving training, I'll be a really good spearfisher. And I'm not a bad spearfisher, but like, I'll go out with people who've been doing it way longer, and they put me to shame, like, every time. Like, they always outcatch me. Like, they don't go as deep as me or deeper than me, and they don't even necessarily stay down as long, but they know the culture, they know the fish. And so I humble myself every time I'm in the presence of some of these better spearfishers.
Wow.
Yeah. And so what made me get into spearfishing was I wanted to speak from a point of credibility. So that when I launch a spearfishing safety campaign, I want to have at least some experience as a spearfisher to talk about. And I've been out, I want to say a couple, maybe dozens of times now, and I've taken pretty hard to it. It's so fun. I love it. I got the bug, man. I like going out. I love it.
That's cool.
Bringing home fish. Yeah.
That is cool. It's funny because my dad used to take me and my brothers and my sister spearfishing a lot.
Okay.
A lot. In some dangerous areas too, Hawaiian Rock,
Oh,
like
wow.
down that area, east
Whoa.
side. Yeah, it can be very dangerous, right? And so he taught me at a very young age that we have to respect the ocean, respect the tides. He taught me how to, you know, the times for when it gets high, when it gets low, when, you know, I don't know how many times we would go, and he goes, never mind, we have to cancel, you know, or go find a different spot that he knew was safe when he, you know, just sensed or knew already that this is, you know, it's not as safe as I thought it was going to be, you know. And he also taught me to always look out for each other, and how we, you know, he's further out, and then me and my brothers are further in, closer to the beach, right? And so that's kind of how he practiced. Was the more experienced fishers or fishermen, right, are out a little bit further, the less experienced are further in, but always tracking each other, always getting up out of the water, looking. And then also at night, flashlights are important, and tracking those flashlights, because I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, because you've done more fishing than I have in the last year and a half. You can forget about time when you're focused on catching a fish.
Absolutely. So even without the fish, even if you're just holding your breath, there's a list of physiological things that happens in your body that, you know, takes you from being a land animal to an underwater animal. It's called the mammalian dive response, right? And so the physiological changes mess with your mental states, usually in positive ways to help you be a more effective diving animal. For example, bradycardia. So even if you just wet your face, you can get your heart rate to slow down. So some 10, 20, some 50%, like people's heart rates can slow down really drastically. And this is to slow your heart rate down, slow your oxygen consumption down, so that you can operate with holding your breath safer. Not necessarily longer. Usually it's longer, but I'm not trying to emphasize going longer. I'm just trying to be safer, right? Another thing, something called peripheral vasoconstriction. So the blood vessels in your arms and legs will narrow, and the effect of this is to prioritize blood flow and circulation to support your organs and your brain. Right? And the side effect of this is, so you have all this extra fluid volume in your torso, and your kidneys interpret this as having too much water, and that's why every time you get in the shower or every time you go in the water, you want to pee.
Okay.
This is
I thought it was just me drinking too much salt water.
No. So so these are examples of things that happen with the mammalian dive response, and so I want to get pretty specific about a couple of things you just said. So your dad took you and your siblings out, right?
Yeah.
And he's a little deeper, so he's out a little further. You guys are a little shallow, so you're a little narrower.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some things about that. This is probably one of the more contentious things I say, and it's really not that contentious, but it's most of the advice I proffer is accepted by the international freediving community, let's say, and especially taking direct information from the formal freediving community of the world. And so, not that I'm a representative of the world, but being a professional freediver for nearly a decade, having trained with various agencies and so on, and learning their curriculum and their styles and so on. There's differences between them, but it's all a big Venn diagram with a lot of overlap. So anyway, with your dad going out a little further and you guys staying a little shallower, so people think that, okay, I'm not as deep as him, so I don't want to be their buddy. It's better if I don't even go. And this is not a good idea. Regardless of how deep, how much better someone is than you, you still want to be literally right on top of them, right above them in the water, because 99% of blackouts, of hypoxic episodes happen either at the surface or in that last 15 feet on the way up. That's why it's called shallow water blackout. And so odds are, if someone needs to rescue you, it's going to be really shallow. And it doesn't matter if you can go 100 feet like they can.
Right.
If you can go to 15 feet, you can rescue them from 15 feet. Now, that said, of course, you want to practice some of these rescues.
Sure.
And I'll get into that in video number, where is it? I got a shirt right here in front of me, and we'll get to this in a little bit. Practice blackout rescues used. That's video number 6.
Okay.
And so I will demonstrate in the video how to perform a blackout rescue from someone underwater, how to assist someone on the surface who's experiencing hypoxia, and also when and how to recognize that. So as I mentioned, 99% happen either on the surface or on the 15 feet on the way up.
Right.
90% of that is already on the surface. 90% of the time. So someone comes up and then they lose consciousness or they get a little woozy. We call that
because they're coming up too fast.
Maybe, but that's kind of really niche and getting into the weeds and not very useful for this level of conversation. Honestly, deeper than my knowledge. That's really kind of hard into the sciences that
because it's not like are we also talking about scuba divers too, or just free diving?
This is just free diving.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just pure free diving.
Okay.
Scuba diving, yeah. So we finally banned scuba spearfishing.
Yeah.
As I'm sure you're aware, some few years ago, and so 90% of the time you have a hypoxic event, whether it's loss of motor control or a full-on blackout. It's right at the surface. You hit the surface and then you lose it, or you breathe for a little bit. Maybe you have time to signal okay to your buddy, and then you lose it. And what happened is, just because you hit the surface doesn't mean you're okay, right? You hit the surface and you start breathing again, but it takes time for the fresh oxygen that you're breathing to circulate around your body. And during that time, your oxygenation is still declining. And so that's why sometimes people come up, I got the okay, and I thought he was okay, but he wasn't. And so then they turn back around and they're sinking, and then you got to go get him or her.
Right.
Let's be honest, usually it's mostly us, right? Mostly bros.
Sure.
I think I think there's several reasons women typically live longer than men, and I think their survival instincts are a little better than ours.
Yeah, no. So a lot of times, when we go out fishing, sometimes it's my mom, or sometimes it's just somebody that doesn't feel like going. So there's spotter at the beach side, right? And tracking and always looking at the flashlights and whatnot. But for the most part, if we're going out fishing, it's everybody going fishing, right? And so everyone's almost all the time is in the water. So should we be having somebody in the water not focus on fishing, or because the reality is we're all going to be fishing.
So the rule is 1 up, 1 down. If there's 3 of you, 1 up, 2 down. And so I've never joined a spearfishing competition. My understanding is, everyone can have a gun, but they would encourage people, like 2 people, to share 1 gun, just to go to your point. And so having someone on the beach, in my opinion, is not sufficient. I would personally not feel comfortable with that. I have done a lot of rescues in my life with my own students who we are intentionally pushing things under controlled conditions. Yeah. In which case, using the same techniques that I teach, I'm a freediving instructor, and so when I teach these freediving classes, especially with my advanced and master students, and I'm like, yeah, push it. If anything happens, I'll bring you right back. Like,
I'm so glad we're having this conversation because I'll tell you right now, we weren't doing that practice. Not the 1 up, 1 down, or 1 up, 2 down, or anything like that. We were all focused on our fishing. We were lined up, but we're all down in the water trying to get our own fish.
I mean, it's definitely better than having no one, but like, I think 1 up, 1 down at a minimum isn't too hard, and I wouldn't want to encourage, to make it harder, because some people say they can't find a partner, but in my opinion, if you can't find a partner, you can't go. That's just it for me. So people will be like, I've done this for so long and I've never had a problem. Sure. But it's like gambling with reverse odds, right?
Well, diving, you're not allowed. You're not supposed to go by yourself. No. Scuba diving. So we should normalize doing free diving and spearfishing with a partner.
So it's good. I also come from a professional scuba background, and there are certifications. There's a certification called Solo, and there's one called Self-Reliant.
Oh, I'm not even at that level.
These are newer, so these have only been out maybe 10 years or less.
Okay.
And so I'm like, why would you want to go dive alone? It's supposed to be a thing you're supposed to enjoy with your friends, right?
Sure.
And so also the difference with those with scuba, unless you're really elderly or whatever, or you're relying on your equipment more so than your own physiology, or more so than your own body. With freediving, with holding our breath, we're completely reliant on the primary piece of equipment, which is you. You are the primary piece of equipment, not the tank, not your regulator that you're breathing from the air from the tank with.
Right.
And so as essentially meat machines, we are fallible. We can be a little too dehydrated. If you spearfish for too long, if you're freediving for, let's say, a few hours, that's something equivalent to being like not have eaten for like 12, 14 hours. Your glycogen levels.
No wonder why I'm so hungry when I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Extremely.
Yeah. And so before we get any further, I kind of want to shout out something. So I have an Instagram account, and it's called @the_Guam_guy, and I posted the announcement video today for this, so it outlines some of the things to expect with this campaign.
Shout outs to Senor Ron Laguardia too.
He's
cameo.
He's gonna be in video number where is he? Video number 2 about how much weight to take.
Okay.
So just observation from what I've seen around, most people seem to take too much weight, take too much lead. But before I get back into that, so I made this announcement video today to outline the campaign, and if you're viewing on Facebook or YouTube, I got custom spearfishing rash guards made. I got a couple hundred of these made. They are works of art. I had a great artist put this all together. They have this camouflage outside, and it's reversible. So the inside is a bright fluorescent orange.
Okay.
And so if you get blown out, current takes you out or whatever, and you get picked up by a helicopter, it's happened to friends of mine. So it could happen to you. It could happen to me one day. You could flip it around, make it a little easier for people to find you, whether it's Guam Fire Rescue or whether it's HSC 25. I've had HSC 25 on my podcast, and they say the best thing you can do in that situation, just do whatever you can to make yourself more visible. They won't be able to hear you over the helicopter.
Sure.
Right. That said, it's still a good idea to have a whistle or something.
I like the
on you.
design too because it's camo, but I see Saipan.
Yeah,
right?
There's Saipan. We have all the Mariana Islands in here, so it's kind of embedded into the camouflage. So it's kind of this cool.
Is there Guam? Is Guam embedded too?
Yeah,
or?
Guam is totally on here. It might be cut off with the way this
no
shirt was cut. There's one usually in the front that's right.
I see it.
Here.
I see Guam right over there in the corner.
Okay, cool. There we go. Yeah. And on the back here we've got 12 tips to be more safer in the water.
Okay.
Things we can do. We can run down all of them. We can do whatever. In the front, I got to talk about the front because the front's my favorite part.
Okay.
So my vendor, shout out to Digital Labs 671 on Instagram. They made the Guam Extreme Cleanup Crew shirts. I'm wearing one now, and they made these shirts for me as well. And I asked him, I was like, hey, bro, can you make, his name said, can you make a loading pad, just some kind of cushion on the front? He's like, nah, man, I don't think I can pull that off. It's like, okay, can you make pockets? He's like, yeah, I can make pockets. Can you make a pocket in the shape of a Zori? He's like, probably. And so here it is. We have a pocket right on the sternum of the shirt in the shape of a Zori, so you can fold your Zori like a taco and put it in there. And then you can, have that as your loading pad when you're pulling your rubbers back on your gun.
Wow!
And so it's super comfortable. Like you don't even feel
ingenious.
the butt of the gun. Like I gotta patent this. Right? I gotta think of that.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of this whole thing. I'm like, hopefully some lives are saved in the process, but this will always be my darling. The Zori shaped pocket in the front of the rash guard. And if you go to my Instagram, leave a comment, tag your spearfishing buddy. And I'm going to select, I think, 5 comments at random. I'm going to give away 10 of these shirts for free. Right?
Wow.
And I'm going to do some giveaways every video I post.
Yeah. Nice. I mean, you and I, we've had a number of conversations. I found you on Instagram and reached out on a number of issues, right? You recently came back from a trip?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was in Korea until yesterday.
Okay. And was it for work? Was it for vacation? Was it?
My wife's Korean,
yeah.
and so we like to go back every year or two. Maybe her a little more frequently than me. And vacation, catch up with the in-laws, and eat some really good Korean food.
And it was snowing when you went.
It was snowing. So this island boy will never get over snow. Like I'll tell you, I've spent some winters in the States and in Korea. I'm not sure. I've spent winters in Australia, but that doesn't really count. So it'd be snowing. I'm like, wow, there's ice on the ground. That's so weird. Like there's snow falling from the sky. It's like it's exactly like the movies, except real.
Yeah.
I'm so used to our humidity, right? That I have this pampered island boy skin, and when I go somewhere dry, like my face will start cracking. And for the first time ever, I listen to my wife when she says put the cream on, put the lotion on, and like my face is like not cracking, like literally just drying my face, the skin, the point of cracking, and that didn't happen this time.
Well, the reason why I wanted to bring it up, I'm glad that you were able to get some time for yourself, because you're always on to some like a new initiative, right? You're so busy with another focus, right? And so this one now, Biba, right? It's kind of the
bring your buddy back alive.
Yeah, bring your buddy back alive. Those were your circle of friends. Who are you teaming up with Biba?
Very good question. Thanks. So this conversation actually started a number of years ago. My friend Professor Mike Orr at the University of Guam, also a really good spearfisher, he started noticing like how many people were losing and how often spearfishers, and he's like, hey guys, why don't we do this? And he reached out to a bunch of people, myself included. I'm gonna guess most of the people you can name in the spearfishing community. Ron Laguatnia Senior and Junior. Who else was on there? This was Mo Genero. I'm sorry, I don't know if she changed her last name since she was married. One of the owners of Mosa's. Who else was there? Of course, I think Ray from Fanui was part of the conversation, and he had this kind of vision of what he wanted to do, but it was more than I could do, or just to be totally honest, more than I was willing to do. Right? We only have so much time, And one of the aspects of it was to have some kind of video component to this project, just to do anything, just to increase safety and spread knowledge of how to be safer in the water. And so I was like, all right, bro, I'll make videos. You know, that's what I'm doing anyway.
Yeah, because you do it already on a number of
Mm-hmm.
initiatives, a number of issues and concerns within not just our community but the Pacific region.
Mm-hmm. Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, you know what? I just kind of was toying around with the idea in my mind for a while and like how I would do it. And then I found a potential funder who turned out to be a funder. They're called NMEPA, North American Marine Environmental Protection Association. And they were willing to, give me some money to purchase these shirts. Again, from a local vendor. Again, that's Digital Labs, on Instagram, Digital Labs 671. And I was able to work with a designer, a local Chamorro girl, Veronica. I'm blanking on her last name. But yeah, sorry, Veronica.
No worries.
So I worked with her to develop this shirt. And here it is. And so I offer knowledge of my own and the experience of others who've been doing it a lot longer. And it's all free. I'm not charging for anything. People have asked to buy this, and I'm like, I literally can't sell it to you. Like, I'm gonna get in trouble because it's not my money. It's not a for-profit initiative.
Well, you're doing it for you more awareness, right? I mean, that's so fulfilling. I mean, it's selfless too. I have to say, and you're just you just come off as a selfless person, continuing to do all of this work, right? I've told you, I don't know how many times I've told you, I consider you as an environmental journalist at this point.
Oh yeah, you have said that to me. I remember when I got I think it was at the resolution. For the listeners don't know, I was presented with a legislative resolution to say I did a good job with some things, a few years ago.
More than just a good job, I just have to say, you are like the epitome of just, being concerned about issue in our community and doing something about it.
Well, in as much as I can, appreciate the kind words. A lot of people, I feel like if you read, social media comments, they're just not very nice places, right? Like social media comments are just not places to hang out and just see people sometimes very genuinely expressing concerns about the many problems of the world and our island. And sometimes it's just kind of toxic complaining, and there's nothing productive about it. And I share a lot of the sentiments spanning the spectrum. I get toxic too, right? I'm not this totally selfless guy. I am a number of ways a very selfish person, but and so I'm like, okay, I can complain, and sometimes that's exactly what's needed, and sometimes what's needed is action. And I figured, hey, this is something I can do. I have enough time to do it. I'll just do it.
Yeah. And I appreciate the fact that you also reach out to content experts, and so that's the whole reason why I wanted to ask you, who are your friends behind all of this, right? Because you can't do the work all by yourself. You got to reach out to people that live it, experience it, breathe it, right? And then it was important for you to also live it and breathe it.
And so like I actually, that's one thing I don't like about myself is I hate asking for help. I just can't ask for help. Like, so I generated this list. I wrote most of it on my own, just with the knowledge that I preach, as a professional freediver, right? And so and then afterward, I kind of ran it by people and other spearfishers, and hey, what do you think about these? And they're all like, I don't know, maybe tweak that a little bit or this and that. And I'm like, okay, cool, thanks. And so I'll make revisions. So I'm still revising it right up until we record.
Understood.
Yeah.
I really wanted to focus on take, but also give back, number 12.
So this is a little distant from the rest of 1 through 11.
Yeah.
So every 1 through 11 is really just about direct advice about how you can be better, with this practice of spearfishing.
Sure.
But number 12 is about take but give back. And so this one is a little bigger picture. This one is about, really just taking what you need. We always say that. And some of us actually, and maybe a lot of us mean it. I would say maybe most of us mean it. But some of us, they'll just try to clean out an area. And so they'll take everything they can. And so I'm like, if you've got a big family and you generally are feeding your family, okay, that's one thing. But when you travel around or you go spearfishing in other places or any kind of fishing or hunting, whatever, places that more seriously manage their resources compared to Guam or even compared to the U.S., you recognize that, your resources are maybe renewable but not infinite.
Yeah.
And so, I used to live in Australia for a couple of years. I was an underwater photographer out there on the Great Barrier Reef. And a friend found out I was a freediver, and so he took me out spearfishing. I shot one fish, and we had to let it go. I shot it in a non-fatal way. I kind of shot it like so that it went through the mouth and out the gill plate. So it was actually fine after we took the shaft out. But he's like, he measured it. I'm like, whoa, he measured it. And it's like, okay, it's too small. We got to send it back. So they have catch size minimums, and they have catch size maximums, if I recall correctly, because you want to make sure that you have longevity of the species you're going after the fish you're trying to get. So, for example, most people are pretty good about not taking, female lobsters that have eggs.
Right.
Right. And so it's like, okay, we can't touch this one, but that one is such a clear and easy example. And so, if we could try to find ways to incorporate that a little better. So in our culture, we meat see the fish, right? We measure the fish, we assess it. It's like, okay, we're not even going to shoot that one because it's too small. And so, but I wonder, how well we still know this. So like my very good friend, Leilani Naden now, she got married this year, her and Will, congrats you too. So she's looking at a lot of these things. She's collecting kind of catch size data from fishers of all kinds, especially spear
I
fishers.
do know that
Fish
initiative.
Fest, Fish Fest is coming up this Saturday. You can check it out. I'll be there. I'll be talking about this campaign, giving away stickers, maybe a few shirts. We'll see how it goes. I'll have a tent up, and we'll talk about all these things. And so, but Take But Give Back is just like thinking about long term. So I don't think anyone would deny that our grandparents and their grandparents had an easier time fishing than we do. Is there anyone that would deny that? I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
Go out for an hour, catch more than we can in a day.
Yeah.
Right, and there are bigger fish too.
Yeah.
And more abundant. And so fishers are not the ones entirely to blame, of course. There's a series of environmental problems, irresponsible development, like what happened at Marbo, the construction of the Agate Pneumatic Road that ruined the reef on the southwest side, which is some of the most calmest water throughout the year, right? And so everyone's got a part to play. And if you can, think long term, take less, take only what you need. Don't take the biggest fish if you can avoid it. I know that's impossible to say, because even me, I see that, ooh, there's a big one, I want that one, right? But if we can increase our abundance, then that's less time we have to spend in the water getting the same amount of fish.
Yeah, understood. He said, do we got to take a break? Are we good to go all the way to 6?
We could take a break like 5:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just take it now.
Oh yeah.
So
okay.
I don't, because
sure.
I'll get
just
lost.
Like a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I'll get
okay.
lost in the conversation
know,
and forget about. I'll steamroll right through 5:45. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll take the break now. Wave 105.
WBTV's Jason Puckett is in Statesville, North Carolina, where snow is still the big story.
Easiest question, how's the snow day so far?
Good.
What's your favorite part?
Good sledding.
So we are just enjoying being outside and getting sunshine and playing in the snow. It's for the first time in like 3 years, and the kids have been waiting every winter for it.
We really love snow because we get to build snowmen and we get to sled a bunch. Yeah!
It's going good. Get the kids, let their energy get out and wear them out so they'll be ready to lay down later.
But keep in mind, all of this that is on the ground right now, when the temperatures drop, it's just going to turn into more ice. Lester Oliva with Mecklenburg EMS told us that medic crews are used to seeing lots of ice-related crashes in these types of storms.
People that go out, they feel confident. They see that it's only a little bit of ice, a little bit of snow, and they drive like it's a regular day. Those people run off the roads, fall into ditches, hit trees, hit the median.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. EduQuentus is now every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tune in at 105.1 Wave FM to listen to EduQuentus. EduQuentus is a special initiative by Guam Department of Education dedicated to shining the light on the incredible achievements of our students, teachers, and staff. Once again, join us on Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1, the sound of Guam.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
You work all day. Nights are for relaxing. Tune in Monday through Thursday for Light Nights here on Wave 105 FM. Designed to help you chill and forget about the stresses of your day. The wave doesn't stop, but it sure can slow down. It's Light Nights, Monday through Thursday nights till midnight only here on the Sound of Guam. Wave 105 FM.
There are so many reasons to say yes to priority banking from First Hawaiian Bank. There's the ATM rebates, the exclusive access, the discounts, the fee waivers. Honestly, I'd keep going, but I think I'm running out of time. To hear more, talk to a banker or go to fhb.com/priority. It feels good to go priority. Terms and conditions apply. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Say goodbye to slow internet and hello to GTA Air Fiber. With cutting-edge technology, Air Fiber delivers ultra-fast, reliable internet at speeds up to 500 megabits per second, and there's no need for underground cables. That means faster download, smoother streaming, and no interruptions for as low as $75 a month. Sign up today and get up to 6 months free on a 2-year commitment. Stop waiting for better internet. Switch to GTA Air Fiber today. Call us or visit gta.net for more information. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Now's that time for your last real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 10 in Chalampago if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 4. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection and near the fire station. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Sinahanya if you're coming from Hagåtña, heading to the intersection and near the Central Precinct. Slow traffic on Route 1 Hagåtña. This is at the intersection if you're heading northbound to the intersection in front of the Ganya Boat Basin. Slow traffic on Route 1 to Winning North and southbound at the intersection that leads to Route 14 or near the ITC building. Heavy traffic on Route 10A into Winning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Heavy traffic on Route 1 if you are coming from the intersection near the GTA office in Upper Tumon, heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16 or near the Dedado Wendy's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Tomorrow, Tuesday, January 14th to Friday, January 17th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Manning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your last real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. We're with the Guam guy, Farron Tyron, hanging out with him as we learn more about Bring Your Buddy Back Alive, or better known as Biba. Yeah. I like the way you used Biba in it, right?
Yeah. Credit where it's due. You were asking like who was part of this.
Yeah.
Ron LaGuardia Jr. We had this call with other spearfishers and people in the community, and he told the story about his mentor who taught him freediving and spearfishing. He's like, "All right, man, you're gonna do this. You're gonna do this right. I'm gonna bring you, buddy. I'm gonna bring you back alive." And at the first time, I'm like, "Wow, that's a really corny thing to say to somebody." But then, as I, getting more mature about letting it stew in my mind, I'm like, "Man, that's a really powerful thing to say to somebody. I'm gonna bring you back alive." It really instantly, clearly illustrates that there's risks to what you're about to do.
Sure.
And there's a lot of nonchalant kind of approaches to it, myself included, with how we approach being in the ocean and not breathing right on purpose. And so that's mostly where the name came from. And I'm like, bring your buddy back, bring you back alive. I'm like, that sounds like, I wonder if I can make that into an acronym. And then Biba just kind of naturally popped out from there.
Yeah.
So the Biba, Bring Your Buddy Back Alive spearfishing safety campaign.
I have to say, I mean, again, I'm grateful for this. When my dad would take us spearfishing, and a lot of times we're actually using the Hawaiian slings, so we're not using
the 3-prong.
Yeah. He would always share with us the plan right before we get into the water.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was always a safety aspect for sure, but it was not this extensive, because a lot of times too, I'm going because I'm going to have fun. I'm going because I'm going to go catch fish, and I'm laser focused on going for those two reasons. Safety was not
top of the list.
Not top of the list.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely part of it, and being aware. But I really like the way that you put this whole thing together, this campaign, because it puts safety at the top of the top priority, and for good reason. Absolutely, because when you're going spearfishing not with the 3-prong Hawaiian sling, you're definitely going a lot deeper too. And a lot of times you're going outside the reef.
Yeah, I'm always outside the reef. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know how many places you can fish inside a reef here and catch anything.
Right.
At least unless you're like, Tekken or Talaza or whatever. But yeah, just spearfishing, I don't know. Unless you go at night, which I haven't done recently.
We were doing mostly at night because for a novice spearfisher, I can catch a whole lot more when they're sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is a lot. Even though we're about, the deepest I probably would go maybe 15 feet, but not for very long. And then go further in, about 6 to 4 feet. You go down and you're looking under rocks, and you're shooting. First, you go down, look under the rock. Okay, there. It's down there. The lobster's there, or the parrotfish is there, or the tataga is there. Go up, then go back down, shoot, get it, and then go back up. And that was a lot of what we were doing. So we were definitely not doing the one up, one down. We were definitely not doing that. And that's something that I will definitely take from this conversation. If I ever go again, spearfishing with anybody for that matter, I'll take that one for sure. But there's others too, right? That you wanted to highlight as well.
Yeah, so I definitely wanted to highlight number 2 here, and that's be neutral at 30 plus feet.
Okay.
And so this refers to how you weight to yourself, how much weight you take, how much lead you put on your belt. And so I think colloquially, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, we generally just think, we just kind of see people being too heavy. They're taking too much lead on their belt because they want to sink.
Okay.
And so, people have told me this. It's like, oh yeah, I like to go heavy so I can sink and disturb the fish less, and I can stay down longer, right? And so, there's obviously advantages to that in terms of hunting. But let's think about that for a second. You are sinking from either the surface, or you kick it down a few times and then you sink from a really shallow depth. And then, okay, that enables you to stay down longer. Then that necessarily means that gets your oxygen even lower. And so what happens when you shoot a fish but you don't stone it? If you don't spine it right instantly, it doesn't instantly die. So now, in that scenario, you have to fight the fish, which is literally fighting for its life. And then you also have to fight all the extra lead that's on your belt. So you have to fight your extra negative buoyancy. You have to overcome that. And then third, you have to fight off being unconscious. You have to fight off your low oxygenation, and people can have various levels of hypoxic tolerance. Yeah. And that is something that is trainable. But when my students ask me about this, I'm like, why, just stay away from there. just keep your dives easy, just shorten your dives. So even though I've done some longer dives, I've done some deeper dives. I'll not to brag, but I've done a 170 something foot dive before.
Wow.
I've done many 150 plus foot dives, but I generally limit my spearfishing to 60 to 100 feet, right? And so that's my comfort range with my pretty long background with professional freediving.
Where were you at when you first started going into the water?
What do you mean?
Like when you tested yourself? I don't know how many times I've tested myself at PIC at the pool, where we all right, two of us are going to go down and try to beat the other one, and then then there's somebody watching and making, seeing who comes up first.
I wouldn't say I ever really tested myself.
No.
So, no, like I learned to swim as an adult, actually.
Okay.
So I didn't have my dad passed when I was 5, and I didn't have uncles or anybody to, take me out in the water and teach me really anything. And so I learned to swim when I was 21, 22 years old. I used to work in Tumon, and I have a little sob story, right? I used to be like close to homelessness, and I would get off work and just sit on the beach because I was riding a bicycle around the island because all my family was in the States. And so I would ride a bike from like Tumon to Manila. I used to live near GCC. There's some apartments there and back every day. And it's like, okay, if I get off at 3:30 and I just go sit on the beach for an hour, things will cool down. So you have the heat of the sun coming down, but you also have all the asphalt and pavement that's been baking in the sun all day. And so if I go wait it out, it'll cool down a little bit. And then and so I'm like, well, if I'm just going to be sitting on the beach, I might as well get into snorkeling. And so I went to Kmart, got an $8 mask and snorkel, and I just started frog kicking around inside the reef.
Wow.
That's how I learned to swim. It was all kind of just a very natural, gentle evolution from there. There wasn't a time where I was like, okay, I'm going to go try this really deep or this really long. I'm just going to try to do things as comfortably as I can.
Right.
With a kind of natural progression. But I can come in, we can talk about that another day. But just to get back to how much weight to take, because we only have a few minutes left.
Yeah.
This is about how much weight to take, and this is very debatable, right? This isn't the one final rule to follow, but it's the advice that I follow in most situations. And so if you are properly weighted, I take 3 pounds. I was with my friend Ryan Reginden yesterday or 2 days ago, and yesterday. He doesn't take any weight because he's with his gun and with his equipment, he's all perfectly neutrally buoyant at 31 feet. And so what happens is, let's say he did stay down, too long, and he had to fight this fish, or he had to work too hard, and he's coming up, and then he's going to black out. Well, he's still able to float. He can gently come up to the surface, because if you're neutrally buoyant at 30 feet, then you're positively buoyant shallower than that. And so it's easy for him to float up, and it's easier to rescue him, and it's easier to handle him on the surface.
Wow.
So neutral buoyancy at 30 to 33 feet, or even deeper.
A friend of mine says, I hear about boating safety and swimming, but can't recall any of this. And so a lot of what you're saying right now is the first time I've heard this. And so I think that this is so important to continue to, thank you for putting all this campaign together in such a educational campaign, but more so, it's entertaining. Anything you do is entertaining, Farron. I have not watched one boring video of yours.
Thanks. But yeah, so it's, again, credit where it's due to everybody who's had a part in this. Everyone's doing their best. Your dad, he taught you the best he could. Everyone's uncles, their dads, they teach them the best they can. And so this is my best attempt at a synthesis of my knowledge as a professional freediver and everybody's dads and uncles and what they've learned or what they've practiced, and especially the elders, right? Because when you get older, you're like, I don't know, even me, I'm like, man, I don't know how I've never had a broken bone yet. I don't know how I haven't been hospitalized for some of the situations I've got myself in, whether it's in the water or hiking or the jungles or jumping off my house onto the ground just to see how I would handle it, and then doing it again. And so, again, people are doing their best, and this is a synthesis of this is a curation of some of the things that I've taken away listening to people, whether it's from the freediving community or the spearfishing community, and a system that works all well together where one point reinforces another. Yeah. And it forms a kind of cohesive system, an approach to risk and risk awareness and risk management and mitigation, as well as rescue techniques. So there's going to be some videos here that might be a little disturbing. So there's I'm having some friends pretending to black out, and the footage is quite convincing. I'm pretending to black out in some of these, and then you see us be rescued. There's going to be some blood in one of the videos. So some spearfishers, I love talking about this one. So they've come up and they've coughed up blood, and they have no idea why. And I can tell you exactly why. And so I've done experiments with myself and some students, as well as we had two ENTs on Guam. We still have one, Dr. Jerry Castro, ear, nose, throat doctor, and we had another one named Larry Williams. And so they brought me into the clinic, and we did some equalization experiments where they put a nasopharyngeal endoscope, it's a camera tube through my nose and down my throat, and I'm doing a bunch of experiments to recreate proper equalization and simulate equalization problems, and we can see everything that's in there. And so you're going to see real video of my throat, of the inside, if you want, and so we can illuminate some of these things. So like how much weight is too much? How long do I need to watch my buddy after they come up? Yes, you do. How long do you need to do that? Why did we cough up blood, or what happened? Oh, I hear wheezing in my lungs. What happened? So there's a lot of answers to these questions that are known in the formal world of freediving that haven't quite jumped the gap over to spearfishing, because I think spearfishing, like you were pointing out, is a lot more focused on the hunting aspect. So spearfishing is two things. There's the freediving, there's the mechanical side of it, and then there's the hunting, how to attract the fish and understand fish behavior and know where they are. And I bow down to all spearfishers on that regard, because they humble me every time. They have different sounds they make to attract different kinds of fish, and they know where and when to look for fish. And I'm really lazy with that part. I just go down and I wait a while, and then if somebody comes by. But
you even mentioned it, number 11, better diver equals better hunter. And that makes so much sense. That is so simplified. And so I've never heard anybody say it, but reading it, it makes so much sense.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. So again, the Guam guy on Instagram, and then YouTube, you're going to also be putting those videos, long form videos?
Yeah, I think at the end of the Instagram campaign, I'll just put them all into one.
Oh, okay, got it.
And throw it onto YouTube, it's easy to watch it all one shot.
Easy. All right. Thanks, man. Anytime, just the same way. Give me a text, give me a message, and I'll get you back on the show whenever you're available, whenever you got time. Yeah?
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, Farron Tyron, also better known as the Guam guy. I want to thank him for coming into the studio. 6:01 in the evening. Issa, we're going to get out of here, right? Are they going to pay us overtime?
No, we got to get out of
here. Okay, we got to get out of
here.
here. All right. Everybody be safe, especially on those roads. Be kind to each other as well. Adios.
KGUM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.